Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Cosmic Rimuru. In today's episode, we explore what if Rimuru Tempest was summoned into the Dragon Ball universe? Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1: Devoured Sky. The morning had started like any other in the Jura Tempest Federation. Rimuru was slouched in his chair at the head of the conference table, half listening to Rigurd's impassioned breakdown of agricultural output for the third quarter. The old Goblin Lord's voice boomed with the kind of enthusiasm that made you wonder if he was talking about crop yields or declaring war. Behind him, a series of charts that Raphael had helped design covered the wall, beautiful, detailed, and completely unnecessary given that Rimuru could access all this data internally in a fraction of a second. But the charts made Rigurd happy. And happy Rigurd meant productive Rigurd, which meant the Federation ran smoothly, which meant fewer headaches. So Rimuru let him present. And the honey harvest from the armored bee colonies has exceeded projections by 14%. My lord, Rigurd slammed his fist on the table with joy. At this rate, we'll corner the western trade routes by spring. That's great, Rigurd. Really? Rimuru gave a thumbs up in his human form, blue hair catching the morning light that streamed through the tall windows of Tempest's capital building. Shuna, how's the textile situation? Shuna began to speak, her gentle voice a soothing contrast to Rigurd's bellowing, and Rimuru let himself relax into the rhythm of governance. These were the good days. No demon lord scheming, no otherworlder crises, no interdimensional nonsense. Just a nation running well under the care of people he loved. Benimaru leaned against the wall near the door, arms crossed, clearly as bored as Rimuru but doing a worse job hiding it. Shin stood at Rimuru's right, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword as though crop reports might turn violent at any moment. Diablo lurked in the corner, smiling that unsettling smile he always wore, seemingly entertained by the mere act of existing in Rimuru's presence. It was normal. It was home. Then reality split open. There was no warning, Raphael didn't flag it. The Argus detection network didn't catch it. One moment, Rimuru was sitting in his chair, and the next, the space behind him tore not like a portal or a summoning circle, nothing so elegant. The air itself seemed to reject its own existence. A fracture of absolute black opened like a mouth in the fabric of the world, and the gravitational pull that erupted from it was unlike anything Rimuru had ever felt. Not physical gravity. Something deeper. Something pulling at his very existence. Lord Rimuru, Shin lunged for him, her hand closing on empty air. Benimaru was already moving, fire erupting along his arms, but there was nothing to hit. Diablo's eyes widened, actually widened, the primordial demon's composure cracking for perhaps the third time in his existence, and he reached out with a tendril of dark energy that dissolved the instant it touched the fracture. Rimuru tried to anchor himself. He shifted to full slime form, extending tendrils to grip the floor, the table, anything solid. His body screamed with resistance as Uriel's spatial domination attempted to lock him in place. For a heartbeat it held, the room trembled. The fracture shrieked, a sound that existed below hearing in the bones of reality. Raphael. Analysis now. Notice, spatial anomaly does not conform to known dimensional transfer mechanics. Energy signature is unclassifiable. Recommend immediate. The fracture widened and Uriel broke. Not failed, broke. The spatial lock shattered like glass, and Rimuru felt himself pulled backward into the void with a violence that whited out his senses. The last thing he registered was Benimaru shouting his name, Shin swinging her sword at nothing. And Diablo's face twisted into an expression of pure murderous rage, not at Rimuru but at whatever had dared. Then darkness. Not the comfortable darkness of his slime body or the void of unlimited imprisonment. This was different, absence. A space between spaces where even Raphael went silent for 2 full seconds, an eternity for an entity that processed at the speed of thought. When the great sage's evolved form spoke again, the tone carried something Rimuru had never heard from it before: uncertainty. Notice connection to cardinal world, severed. Magicule ambient density, recalculating local dimensional coordinates, unknown. This unit is unable to determine current location. Rimuru tumbled through the void, formless, a blob of blue slime spinning in absolute nothing. He couldn't feel the Rimuru Tempest Federation's ley lines. Couldn't feel his connection to his subordinates, the soul corridors that linked him to every named individual in his nation were stretched to gossamer threads and then, gone one by one, Benimaru. Shinshuna Diablo Ranga. Each connection snapping like a string pulled too tight. The pain was not physical. Raphael. What's happening to me? Analysis. Master has been forcibly displaced across dimensional boundaries of a magnitude this unit has not previously calculated. Soul corridor connections have exceeded maximum range. Status of named subordinates, unknown. Hypothesis: Master has been transported to a separate universe entirely. A separate? Are you serious? This unit does not make jokes. Despite everything, the terror, the disorientation, the howling void, Rimuru almost laughed, almost. Because the alternative was screaming, and he'd done enough of that during his first death. Light appeared, not gradually, not gently. It slammed into existence like someone had kicked open a door, and Rimuru was hurled through it at a speed that would have killed anything less durable. The void spat him out, and he was suddenly falling through open sky, blue sky, painfully bright. With a sun that felt wrong, too warm, too yellow, the magicule density in the air was non-existent. Or rather, what passed for ambient energy here was so different from magicules that Raphael was still struggling to classify it. Where am I? Working. Atmospheric composition similar to Master's original world, gravitational constant, standard. Ambient energy detected, but composition is fundamentally distinct from magicules. Preliminary classification: biospiritual kinetic energy. This unit proposes the designation Kai pending further analysis. Kai. The ground was approaching fast. Rimuru could see a sprawling city beneath him, all domed buildings and gleaming architecture that looked like someone had handed a futurist an unlimited budget. In the center of it, a massive compound with a logo he didn't recognize, a stylized CC in blue. He hit the ground about 300 meters from the compound's outer wall. The impact cratered the earth. Not because Rimuru was heavy, he weighed basically nothing, but because the dimensional shearing effect that had carried him still clung to his body, and it discharged on contact with solid matter. The ground buckled in a perfect circle, asphalt and soil peeling back like the skin of a fruit, and a shockwave rolled outward that shattered windows for 2 city blocks. Rimuru sat in the center of the crater in his slime form, a small blue blob surrounded by devastation, and thought very clearly, well, this is a terrible first impression. Agreed. He shifted to human form, the familiar androgynous figure, blue hair, casual clothes that his body generated automatically. He stood up, dusted off his coat, and looked around. The city was already reacting. Alarms were blaring from the compound. Car alarms screamed in every direction. Somewhere, a dog was barking with the kind of fury that suggested it took property damage personally. And then he felt it. Not magicules, not anything he had a name for yet. But something, a pressure in the air, bearing down on him from above like the atmosphere itself had clenched into a fist. It was raw, aggressive, and it was moving toward him at an absurd speed. Raphael tracked it effortlessly, even without understanding the energy's full nature. The source was a single entity, humanoid, radiating enough of this Kai to register as a significant threat by any reasonable metric. The entity arrived in less than a second. One moment the sky was empty, and the next, a man was floating 30 feet above Rimuru's crater. Arms crossed, glaring down with the kind of contempt that could curdle milk. He was shorter than Rimuru expected from someone with that much presence. Muscular, compact, wearing some kind of blue bodysuit with white armor plating. His hair defied physics, a black flame that stood straight up from his skull. And his eyes, dark, furious, assessing, locked onto Rimuru with the intensity of someone who had been interrupted from something important and intended to make the interruption regret existing. "You," the man said, and his voice carried the clipped authority of royalty, "have 5 seconds to explain what you are and why you've damaged my wife's city." Rimuru looked up at him. Raphael was already working, analyzing the Kai output, the flight capability, the raw physical parameters. The numbers were interesting. Very interesting. But Rimuru was a diplomat first. "Hey," he said, raising one hand in a casual wave. "Sorry about the landing. I didn't exactly choose the destination. I'm Rimuru Tempest, and I have genuinely no idea where I am right now. Could you maybe point me to?" 4 seconds. Rimuru blinked. "Wow, okay, tough crowd. Look, I'm not here to cause trouble. I was pulled here against my will by some kind of dimensional tier, and The man moved. There was no wind up, no warning, no shift in stance. He simply was in the air and then was right in front of Rimuru, fist already swinging. The speed was extraordinary, easily hypersonic, maybe beyond. The Kai wrapped around his knuckles blazed white-hot. Rimuru didn't dodge. He could have. Thought acceleration stretched the moment into a lazy crawl, giving him eons to analyze the trajectory, the force, the energy composition. He could have phased through it, caught it, sidestepped it, or countered with any of 100 different skills. But he was trying to make a point, and sometimes the best way to make a point was to let someone hit you. The fist connected with Rimuru's face. The shockwave that erupted from the impact point blew the crater wider. The ground beneath Rimuru's feet turned to powder, the air screamed. Somewhere behind them, what remained of a parking structure gave up and collapsed. Rimuru hadn't moved, not an inch. His head hadn't even turned. The man's fist was pressed against Rimuru's cheek, and Rimuru could feel the force behind it. Enormous, planet-shaking, genuinely impressive. His body had absorbed the kinetic energy automatically, Beelzebub's passive function converting it into a trivial amount of stored power. His ultra-speed regeneration hadn't even needed to activate because there was no damage to regenerate. The man's eyes widened, just slightly. Just enough. Rimuru looked at him sideways, the fist still pressed to his face, and said, "I really am trying to be friendly here." For a moment, neither of them moved. The wind howled through the crater. Dust settled around them like dirty snow. Then the man pulled his fist back and floated backward 3 paces. His expression hadn't softened, but something had shifted behind those dark eyes. Not fear. Rimuru doubted this man feared anything, but reassessment. The gears of a tactical mind grinding to a new configuration. "What are you?" he asked, not who. "What?" "I told you, Rimuru Tempest, Demon Lord, currently very lost." Rimuru straightened his coat. "And you are?" The man stared at him for a long moment, and Rimuru could practically hear the internal debate. Keep fighting or start talking. The fighter's instinct warred with something else. Intelligence, maybe. Or pragmatism. "Vegeta," he said finally, "Prince of all Saiyans." "A prince, nice. I'm more of a chancellor type myself, but I respect the title." Vegeta's lip curled. "Your energy. I can't sense it." "Probably because it's not the same kind of energy you're used to. I'm running on a different operating system." Rimuru tapped his chest. "Think of it like your phone can't read my file format." Vegeta's expression said he didn't appreciate the metaphor, the casual tone, or Rimuru's continued existence. But before he could respond, another presence appeared, this one arriving with even more speed but considerably less hostility. "Vegeta." Hey Vegeta, what happened? I felt something crazy just now and oh. The newcomer landed at the crater's edge and immediately grinned with the kind of unfiltered delight that belonged on a child opening presents. He was tall, powerfully built, wearing an orange gi that looked like it had survived about 10,000 fights and had the battle scars to prove it. His hair was wild black, sticking out in every direction. And his eyes, wide, bright, burning with curiosity, fixed on Rimuru with an intensity that somehow felt completely different from Vegeta's glare. Where Vegeta looked at him and saw a threat, this man looked at him and saw something interesting. Whoa, the newcomer said. I can't sense you at all, that's so cool. Who are you? Are you strong? You look kinda small. But Vegeta punched you and you didn't move, I could tell from the shockwave, that's awesome. Kakarot, Vegeta's voice could have frozen lava. Shut up. I'm Goku, the man in the orange gi stuck out his hand, completely ignoring Vegeta. Son Goku. You're not from around here, huh? Rimuru took the hand and shook it, marveling at the fact that this man radiated enough power to potentially rival some of the strongest beings he'd ever encountered, and he was introducing himself like they'd met at a barbecue. Rimuru Tempest, and no, I'm really not from around here. Different universe, actually. Goku's eyes went wide. Like from a different universe. Like Universe 6 or something. I don't know what Universe 6 is, so probably not even that. A completely different universe. Goku looked like he might vibrate out of his skin with excitement. That's happened before, kind of, but not like, hey Vegeta, did you feel how he tanked your punch? I was there, Kakarot. Right. But isn't that wild? I couldn't even sense him and you hit him full power and it was not full power. Rimuru glanced at Vegeta. I know. Something flickered across Vegeta's face. The faintest crack in the armor, because Rimuru hadn't said it as a taunt or a challenge. He'd said it as a simple statement of fact, the way you'd note that it was cloudy outside. And that the absolute absence of concern communicated something that no amount of posturing could. Raphael's status report on the energy analysis. Ongoing. The energy designated Kai appears to be a biologically generated spiritual physical hybrid force. Local entities utilize it for propulsion, combat enhancement, energy projection, and sensory expansion. Current assessment, the energy system is remarkably versatile but operates on fundamentally different principles than magicules. Cross-compatibility is theoretically possible but will require extensive analysis. Estimated time to full comprehension, uncertain. Can you give me a rough comparison? Their power versus ours. Insufficient data for precise comparison. The entity designated Vegeta possesses extraordinary raw output in the Kai metric. Direct comparison to magicule-based power levels is currently not meaningful. However, based on the kinetic force of the physical strike absorbed, this unit can confirm that Master's defensive capabilities far exceed the attack power demonstrated. Good to know. Keep working on it. Look, Rimuru said aloud, addressing both of them, I know this looks bad. He gestured at the crater, the broken windows, the general devastation. I didn't mean to land here. I didn't mean to land anywhere. Something ripped me out of my own world, and I need to figure out what, why, and how to get back. I'm not your enemy, I'm not here to fight anyone, but he looked at Vegeta directly. If someone swings at me, I'm not going to just stand there forever. Vegeta held his gaze. The tension between them was a living thing, heavy and electric. Goku, with the social awareness of a golden retriever, clapped his hands together. You should come to Bulma's. She's super smart and she's got all kinds of dimension-detecting equipment and stuff. Plus I bet she's already on her way out here anyway because of the he waved at the crater. Kakarot, we are not bringing an unidentified extra-dimensional entity into Capsule Corporation. Why not? He seems nice. He seems, Vegeta looked like he was going to rupture something. We know nothing about him, his energy is unreadable. He shrugged off a direct hit without flinching. For all we know, he's standing right here, Rimuru said mildly, and he can hear you. Vegeta turned back to him. Then hear this: if you threaten this planet, if you so much as look at my family wrong, I will find a way to destroy you. I don't care how many punches you can take. Rimuru met the Saiyan prince's eyes and saw something he recognized. Not arrogance, though there was plenty of that, not aggression, though that too. He saw a man who had drawn a line around the people he loved and would burn the cosmos to cinders before he let anything cross it. Rimuru respected that more than he could say. Because he'd drawn the same line once, around a nation of monsters who'd given him a home. I hear you, Rimuru said quietly, and I'll tell you the same thing. I've got people I need to get back to, a whole country full of them. I'm not here to make trouble. But I'm not here to take it either. They stood there, two immovable forces, and the air between them hummed. Then a woman's voice cut through the tension like a knife through butter. Vijutiye. What did you do to my parking lot? She came storming out of the Capsule Corporation compound on foot, which somehow made her more intimidating than either of the flying superpowered men. She was beautiful, blue-haired, furious, and carrying a tablet that she was gesturing with like a weapon. Behind her, a small army of repair drones was already deploying toward the damaged buildings. That's Bulma, Goku said to Rimuru with a grin. She's great. That's my wife, Vegeta muttered, and for the first time his hostile expression cracked into something almost human. Woman, I didn't cause this. The crater was already here when I arrived. Don't you woman me. I've got 17 damage reports from the city grid in the last 90 seconds and they all trace back to right here. She stopped at the edge of the crater, looked down at Rimuru, and her expression shifted from fury to sharp curiosity in the span of a heartbeat. Who's this? Rimuru Tempest, Rimuru said, offering a small bow. I'm sorry about your parking lot and the windows and everything else. It wasn't intentional. Bulma studied him with eyes that were every bit as analytical as Vegeta's, just pointed in a different direction. Where Vegeta assessed threats, she assessed puzzles. And right now, Rimuru was clearly the most interesting puzzle she'd seen in a while. Your energy signature isn't showing up on any of my sensors, she said, tapping her tablet. Not Kai, not electromagnetic, nothing. You're a blank spot. That's not possible. I operate on a different energy system. My advisor is calling your local energy Kai. Mine is based on what we call magicules. Different universe, different rules. Bulma's eyes went very wide, then very bright. Then she grabbed Rimuru's arm and started pulling him toward the compound. You're coming with me. I have so many questions. Bulma, Vegeta started. He's not a threat, Vegeta. You don't know that. He apologized for breaking my parking lot. Threats don't apologize. She kept walking, Rimuru in tow, already firing questions. Different universe, is that like the other 12 in our multiverse, or are we talking a completely separate dimensional manifold? What's the energy density differential? Did you come through a natural wormhole or an artificial? Rimuru found himself answering on autopilot because Raphael was feeding him data as fast as Bulma was asking questions, and the experience was not unlike being caught in a polite, highly intellectual riptide. Behind them, Goku followed happily and Vegeta followed unhappily, which Rimuru was beginning to suspect was his default state. Capsule Corporation was impressive. Not by Tempest standards, Rimuru's capital had been built with a combination of dwarven engineering, magical architecture, and whatever wild innovations his citizens came up with on any given Tuesday, but impressive for a world that apparently ran on technology rather than magic. The labs were sleek, cutting-edge, and filled with equipment that Raphael was cataloging with visible enthusiasm. If a metaphysical analytical entity could be enthusiastic, this unit does not experience enthusiasm. However, the local technology presents novel analytical opportunities. That's enthusiasm, Raphael. You're allowed. Noted. Bulma led them into a massive lab space, her personal workshop from the look of it strewn with half-finished projects and whiteboards covered in equations. She cleared a space on a central workbench, set up some kind of scanning array, and pointed at a chair. Zit. Yes, ma'am. Goku leaned against a wall, watching with bright-eyed curiosity. Vegeta stood by the door, arms crossed, radiating suspicion. Rimuru sat in the indicated chair and allowed Bulma to wave various instruments at him while she peppered him with questions. It took about 20 minutes for them to reach a mutual understanding of the basic situation. Rimuru explained as much as he felt comfortable sharing: the cardinal world, the existence of Magicules, his nature as a slime, which earned a delighted gasp from Goku and a deeper scowl from Vegeta, and the circumstances of his unexpected departure. He kept the full extent of his abilities vague, not out of secrecy but because explaining the entire skill system of a demon lord to people who operated on a completely different power framework seemed like a recipe for a very long and confusing afternoon. Bulma, for her part, laid out the basics of Universe 7. The multiverse structure, 12 universes overseen by gods of destruction and their attendant angels, all beneath a being called Xeno who could and would erase entire realities on a whim. Kai as the fundamental energy of life and combat. The Dragon Balls, wish-granting artifacts of variable power depending on their origin. That last part got Rimuru's attention. Wait, wish-granting? As in, you can wish for anything? Within limits, Bulma said. The Earth's Dragon Balls have restrictions, can't kill someone stronger than their creator can't repeat certain wishes, that kind of thing, but the Super Dragon Balls, those are different. They were created by the dragon god Selama. Full-sized planets scattered across universes 6 and 7. Those can grant basically any wish without restriction. Notice, if Master's displacement was caused by an external wish, the Super Dragon Balls represent the most likely mechanism. The energy required to breach dimensional boundaries of the magnitude observed would exceed any localized phenomenon. Rimuru processed that someone had wished him here, or wished for something that had pulled him here as a side effect. Either way, these Super Dragon Balls might be his ticket home. Where are these Super Dragon Balls now? He asked. Scattered across 2 universes, Bulma said. Finding them would require the kind of multiversal detection equipment that doesn't really exist yet. I've been working on improvements to the Universe 6 radar, but it's slow going without. I can help with that. Bulma stopped mid-sentence. What? I have an analytical ability that might be able to interface with your equipment. At the very least, I can provide computational support that should accelerate your research. Significantly, he was underselling it. Raphael could probably design a Super Dragon Ball radar from scratch given enough data about the artifact's energy signature, but again, diplomat first. Don't overwhelm the locals. Bulma stared at him with the expression of a woman who had just been offered the one thing she wanted most, a worthy intellectual partner. I think, she said slowly, that we're going to get along very well. Vegeta made a sound in the back of his throat that suggested he disagreed. The afternoon unfolded with a strange domesticity that Rimuru hadn't expected. Bulma set him up with access to her database, and he and Raphael began the quiet, enormous work of understanding Universe 7's fundamental laws. It was fascinating. Kai was, in some ways, more elegant than Magicules, a unified field of life energy that could be trained and amplified through physical and spiritual development. In other ways, it was more limited. It lacked the categorical diversity of the cardinal world skill system. No one here had anything like unique skills or ultimate skills. Instead, they had raw power, refined through technique and willpower scaled to absurd levels. And the levels were absurd. As the afternoon wore on and Rimuru quietly pulled data from Bulma's archives she'd been tracking, And recording power levels for decades, the picture that formed was remarkable. The beings in this universe threw around energy that dwarfed most things in the cardinal world. Terms of sheer destructive output, galaxy level, universe level. The top tier, the gods, operated on a scale that would give most demon lords pause. But scale wasn't everything. Rimuru's power wasn't just about how hard he could hit. It was about versatility, analysis, absorption, adaptation. In a straight arm wrestling contest of raw energy, the gods of this universe might match or even exceed him, but Rimuru didn't arm wrestle, he played chess. Correction, master plays shogi. Poorly. Nobody asked you, Raphael. Goku had disappeared for a while. Bulma mentioned something about him training, always training, but returned in the late afternoon with a tall green man in a turban and cape who radiated a calm, watchful intelligence that immediately set him apart from the two Saiyans. Rimuru, this is Piccolo, Goku said. He's one of my oldest friends, really smart. I figured he should know what's going on. Piccolo studied Rimuru with narrowed eyes, and Rimuru felt the faintest brush of something against his mind, a telepathic probe, gentle but deliberate. It slid off his mental attack resistance like water off glass. Piccolo's eyes narrowed further. He's got mental barriers, strong ones. Oh, sorry about that. It's automatic, Rimuru waved a hand. I'm not trying to be cagey, it's just a passive defense. Demon Lord thing. Demon Lord, Piccolo repeated flatly. It's a title. Where I come from, it means something specific. I'm not actually evil. That's exactly what an evil person would say. Rimuru grinned. Fair point. But if I were evil, would I be helping Bulma optimize her multiversal scanning algorithms? From across the lab, Bulma's voice floated over. He's increased processing efficiency by 37% in 3 hours, he stays. Piccolo looked unconvinced but took a seat. Over the next hour, as the sun tracked across the sky in the lab filled with the soft hum of working equipment, Rimuru retold his story for Piccolo's benefit. The Namekian asked sharper questions than either Saiyan had about the nature of Rimuru's world, its power structures, the implications of a cross-dimensional transfer. He was strategic in a way that reminded Rimuru painfully of Hakuryu and South. God, he missed them. He missed all of them. It hit him at odd moments. In the middle of a technical explanation, he'd think of how Veldora would react to hearing about Goku, and the hollow ache of the severed soul corridor would pulse through him like a phantom limb. When Bulma offered him food which he didn't need but accepted out of politeness, he thought of Shin's cooking and felt a stab of homesickness so acute it nearly showed on his face. He didn't let it show, he was a demon lord. He'd keep it together. But late that evening, when Bulma had given him a guest room in the Capsule Corporation residential wing, it's the least I can do, you cut my analysis timeline in half today. Rimuru sat on the edge of the bed in his human form, staring out the window at an unfamiliar sky with unfamiliar stars, and let himself feel it. Raphael, what are the odds we can get home? A pause. Longer than usual. Unknown, this unit lacks sufficient data to calculate meaningful probability. The mechanism of Master's displacement is not yet understood. The Super Dragon Balls represent a theoretical path, but locating and gathering them will require significant time and resources. Master's own dimensional manipulation abilities, enhanced by Uriel, may provide an alternative path. Once this unit has fully analyzed the local dimensional substrate. Estimated time to complete that analysis, also unknown. You're full of good news tonight. This unit prioritizes accuracy over comfort. Rimuru sighed, a very human gesture for a very inhuman being. He dropped back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Somewhere in this building, Vegeta was probably plotting ways to neutralize him. Somewhere else, Goku was probably doing push-ups while thinking about fighting him. Piccolo was likely meditating and running threat assessments. Bulma was almost certainly still in her lab, running the new algorithms. And somewhere in a universe he couldn't reach, Tempest was waking up to a morning without its leader. He thought of Shin, who would be beside herself. Benimaru, who would channel his worry into action, organizing search parties that could never reach him. Diablo, whose quiet fury would be a terrifying thing. Shuna, who would hold the nation together with gentle hands and iron will. Veldora, who would rage and storm and then quietly read manga to cope. I'll get back to you. All of you, whatever it takes. He meant it. He meant it with every fiber of his being, every drop of magicule in his body, every function of every ultimate skill he possessed. This universe, with its Kai and its gods and its Dragon Balls, was not going to keep him from his people. But in the meantime, he was here. And Rimuru Tempest had never been the type to sit around feeling sorry for himself when there was work to do. He closed his eyes not to sleep. He didn't need sleep, but to let Raphael work undisturbed. Processing the day's data, analyzing this new world's rules, searching for cracks in the dimensional walls that might lead home. Outside, the stars of Universe 7 wheeled overhead, indifferent to the displaced king who lay beneath them. Somewhere across the galaxy, in the cold void between star systems, a sleek warship cut through space like a blade. Inside, seated on a throne that he'd had custom-built to precisely replicate the one from his childhood on planet Vegeta, a petty cruelty he'd devised to irritate Vegeta should the prince ever see it. Frieza swirled wine in a glass and watched a data feed scroll across a floating screen. His empire was rebuilding, slowly, frustratingly, but inevitably. The tournament of power had given him a second life, and he intended to use it more intelligently than the first. No more brute force conquest, no more tantrums. The universe had changed, and Frieza had changed with it, or at least he'd gotten better at pretending. Lord Frieza, one of his officers, approached, head bowed so low his chin nearly touched his chest. We've intercepted an anomalous energy reading from the Earth system. Earth, Frieza said the word like it tasted of ash. What sort of anomaly? A dimensional breach, my lord, unlike anything in our records. The breach itself lasted only seconds, but the residual signature is extensive. And the energy released at the point of emergence doesn't match any known Kai signature. Frieza set down his wine glass. His red eyes, sharp as cut gemstones, focused on the officer with an intensity that made them visibly shrink. Not Kai. No, my lord. Our instruments can't classify it. Frieza was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled, that thin, elegant smile that had preceded the deaths of worlds. How fascinating, he said softly. An unknown entity from an unknown dimension arriving on Earth of all places. The Saiyan's little playground. He picked up his wine glass again, contemplating the dark liquid. Monitor the situation. I want constant surveillance of the Earth system. Every scrap of data, every transmission, every fluctuation. And reach out to our contacts in the Galactic Patrol discreetly. I want to know if anyone else has noticed our mysterious visitor. At once, my lord. The officer retreated. Frieza leaned back in his throne and stared at the stars streaming past the viewport, and his tail flicked slowly behind him, the only outward sign of the calculation churning behind those red eyes. He'd learned his lesson about Saiyans, about gods, about the limits of raw power. But a being from outside this universe, operating on unknown principles, unreadable even to the Z-Fighter's formidable senses. That was a variable. And Frieza had always been at his most dangerous when the variables changed. At the far end of Universe 7, on a planet that existed outside normal space, Beerus the Destroyer slept. He was very good at sleeping. Centuries of practice had refined it into an art form. His bed, a colossal, sinfully comfortable construction of divine materials, cradled him in perfect warmth. His snores echoed through the marble halls of his palace, a sound like distant thunder that Wise had long since learned to tune out. Wise stood on the balcony overlooking the endless void, sipping tea from a delicate cup when he Felt it, the faintest tremor in the fabric of reality, not physical, not energetic, but structural. As if someone had plucked a string in the weave of the universe, and the vibration was only now reaching him. He set down his tea. His staff materialized in his hand, and the orb at its head glowed softly as he reached out with senses that dwarfed anything mortals could conceive of. He traced the tremor backward through spacetime, through dimensions, through layers of reality that most beings didn't know existed. What he found made him tilt his head. "Oh my," he said softly. "That's not supposed to be here. An entity in Universe 7, but not of Universe 7. Not of any of the 12 universes, in fact. Something from genuinely outside, from beyond the walls of the multiverse that Zeno had created. It sat on Earth like a drop of oil in water, distinct and immiscible, following rules that didn't belong." Wise considered waking Beerus, the god of destruction, would want to know about this. Would need to know, arguably. An extra-dimensional entity represented a potential threat to the cosmic order, exactly the sort of thing a destroyer existed to address. But Wise was curious. And when Wise was curious, he liked to observe before acting. He took another sip of tea, watching Earth spin in the depths of his staff's orb, and smiled, the smile of someone settling in for a very interesting show. Inside his palace, Beerus shifted in his sleep. One ear twitched. A low rumble built in his chest, not a snore but something deeper. A growl that echoed through the halls and made the oracle fish in its bowl freeze mid-swim. The god of destruction's instincts were old, honed over millions of years of cosmic stewardship. Even in sleep they worked. And right now they were telling him something. Something was wrong. Something had entered his universe that didn't belong. And it needed to be dealt with. Beerus's eyes opened, amber slitted, burning with the cold fire of destruction. He stared at the ceiling for 3 seconds, processing the sensation that had woken him. Then he sat up, and the temperature in the room dropped by 30 degrees. "Wise," he called, and his voice carried the flat certainty of a guillotine blade at the top of its arc. "What is on my Earth?" From the balcony, Wise's voice floated in, mild and pleasant as ever. "That, Lord Beerus, is an excellent question. Shall I make you some tea while we discuss it?" Back on Earth, in a guest room in Capsule Corporation, Rimuru Tempest felt something brush against the edges of his awareness. Not Kai, he was learning to recognize that now, something older. Something that resonated with the deep, fundamental forces that governed reality itself. Raphael. Detected, an entity of extraordinary power has become aware of Master's presence. Classification: Divine Threat Assessment. This unit recommends caution. How much caution? More than Master typically exercises. Rimuru sat up in bed, looked out the window at the stars, and felt the weight of a god's attention settling over the Earth like a shroud. He'd wanted to find a way home. He'd wanted to avoid complications. He'd wanted to lay low, or at least, as low as someone who'd cratered a parking lot on arrival could manage. But the universe, it seemed, had other plans. Rimuru Tempest smiled, and it was not the warm, friendly smile he'd worn all day for the Z-Fighters. It was the smile of a predator who had been backed into a corner before by beings who thought they were gods and had eaten them. "A god wants to talk, fine, let's talk. Master." This unit would like to reiterate its recommendation for caution. Noted. Master is not going to exercise caution, is he? Raphael, when have I ever? This unit has compiled a list, but it would take approximately 4 hours to recite in full. Rimuru laughed, actually laughed, out loud in a dark room on a strange world with a god's eyes on his back in his home an impossible distance away. Because what else could you do? When the universe ripped you out of everything you knew and dropped you into the unknown, you could break or you could laugh. And Rimuru Tempest did not break. The night deepened over West City. In her lab, Bulma ran simulations and muttered to herself about dimensional resonance frequencies. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta trained with a fury that bent the light around him. In the mountains to the east, Piccolo meditated and reached out with his mind across the planet, mapping the strange new blank spot in his awareness where Rimuru sat. On a distant lookout, a short, ancient cat named Korin looked up from his dinner and whispered, "Something's coming." And above it all, falling through space toward Earth at a speed that defied measurement, a god of destruction descended, not in anger, not yet, but with the cold, certain purpose of a force of nature. The devoured sky had spat something out. Now the universe would decide what to do with it. Chapter 2: The Weight of a New Sky. Rimuru spent the night doing what he did best, learning. While the Capsule Corporation compound settled into the quiet rhythms of a sleeping city, he sat cross-legged on the guest room floor, eyes closed, and let Raphael eat, not food data. Every electromagnetic signal passing through the building. Every accessible network, database, broadcast frequency, news archives, scientific journals, historical records. Bulma's personal research files, which were encrypted with a sophistication that would have stopped any normal intrusion dead. Raphael cracked them in 11 seconds, cataloged their contents, and withdrew without leaving a trace. By the time the sun crept over the eastern horizon and painted West City in shades of amber and rose, Rimuru understood this world. Not completely. Not the way he understood the cardinal world, with its magic and its monsters and its rules written in the language of souls, but enough. He understood the history, the alien invasions, the androids, the magical tyrants, the tournaments. He understood the power structure, mortal fighters of absurd strength at the bottom, Kais in the middle, gods of destruction above them, angels above that, and at the very top, a childlike, omnipotent being whose mood swings could unmake reality. He understood the culture, the technology, the politics. And he understood with growing clarity just how precarious his position was. Summary complete. Master's situation presents several critical challenges. First, the local power hierarchy is enforced by beings of genuine universal scale capability. The god of destruction, Beerus, possesses authorization and potentially the raw power to erase Master from existence. Second, Master's energy signature is fundamentally incompatible with local detection systems, rendering Master simultaneously invisible and conspicuous. Third, the Super Dragon Balls, while representing the most viable path home, are scattered across 2 universes and require cooperation from local entities to locate. Fourth, an unknown party may be responsible for Master's displacement, and their motives remain unclear. So basically, I'm stuck in a foreign country with no passport, the local police are gods, and my ride home is in pieces scattered across the universe. An imprecise but functionally accurate metaphor. Terrific. Rimuru stood and stretched his human form, an unnecessary gesture that he'd long since made habitual. Because it felt good, and feeling good mattered, especially when things were complicated. He looked out the window. West City was waking up. Traffic was already flowing through the streets, repair crews were working on the damage from yesterday's landing, and the sky was a clear, deep blue that reminded him painfully of the sky over Tempest on a good day. He missed Tempest with a dull, constant ache that sat in his chest like a stone. But missing it wouldn't get him back. Action would. He left the guest room and followed the smell of coffee to a kitchen that was somehow both industrial grade and homey. Bulma was already there, looking like she'd slept about 3 hours and didn't care, nursing a mug the size of a small bucket. A little girl with blue hair sat at the table eating cereal with the focused intensity of someone performing surgery. "Morning," Bulma said. "Sleep well." "I don't actually need to sleep." "Lucky you." "Bula, say hi to our guest." The little girl looked up at Rimuru with enormous curious eyes, then went back to her cereal. "Fair enough. I need to talk to you about something," Rimuru said, pulling out a chair. "Last night I detected something, someone became aware of me, someone powerful, really powerful." Divine tier operating on principles I haven't fully mapped yet. And they're heading this way. Bulma's coffee mug stopped halfway to her mouth. Beerus. That's the god of destruction, right? Yes. And if he's coming here, she set down the mug and rubbed her temples. Okay. Okay, that's not great, but it's manageable. Beerus and I have a relationship. He likes Earth's food, wise especially. They won't just blow things up without talking first. You have a personal relationship with your universe's god of destruction. I threw him a birthday party once, it's a whole thing. Bulma picked up her mug again. Look, Beerus is terrifying, but he's not unreasonable, usually. As long as you don't insult his pride or refuse his demands outright, there's room to negotiate. What kind of demands should I expect? Hard to say. He might want to test you. He might want to interrogate you. He might, she paused. He might want to destroy you. Destroy me. He's the god of destruction, Rimuru. It's literally his job. If he thinks you're a threat to Universe 7's stability, he has the authority and the power to erase you. It's called Hakai, energy of destruction. It doesn't just kill, it annihilates on a conceptual level. Erases you from existence. Rimuru let that sink in. Conceptual annihilation was serious business. He'd dealt with similar threats in the Cardinal world, Hinata's disintegration, Yuuki's attempts to unmake reality, but this was different. This was a sanctioned cosmic function, wielded by a being specifically designed for it, in a universe where Rimuru's usual defenses hadn't been tested against local rules. Raphael. Can we resist Hakai? Insufficient data. Destruction energy has not been directly observed or analyzed. Theoretical assessment, Master's multi-layer barrier, Uriel's absolute defense, and Beelzebub's predation function provide multiple potential countermeasures. However, confirmation requires direct exposure, which this unit does not recommend seeking deliberately. But you think we can take it? This unit assesses a high probability of successful resistance based on Master's existing defensive capabilities. However, high probability is not certainty, and the consequences of failure are absolute. Well, that was as close to a ringing endorsement as Raphael ever gave. I appreciate the warning, Rimuru told Bulma, but I'm not going to run from a conversation. If Beerus wants to talk, I'll talk. If he wants to test me, I'll let him. And if he tries to erase me, he paused, choosing his words carefully, I'd rather he didn't. For both our sakes. Bulma searched his face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You're either very brave or very crazy. In my experience, those are the same thing. The morning sun climbed higher, and Capsule Corporation came alive around them. Rimuru met more of the household, Trunks, Vegeta's son, a sharp-eyed teenager who clearly inherited his mother's brains and his father's pride, Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, a cheerful old man with a cat on his shoulder who seemed utterly unfazed by extra-dimensional visitors. Various Capsule Corp employees who gave Rimuru curious looks but asked no questions, apparently accustomed to strange things happening around the Brief's family. Vegeta appeared at mid-morning, descending from the gravity chamber drenched in sweat and radiating the kind of energy that made the air hum. He acknowledged Rimuru with a curt nod, not friendly but no longer openly hostile. Progress. Then Goku arrived by instant transmission, popping into existence in the kitchen with a displaced rush of air and a grin that could power a small city. Hey Rimuru. I've been thinking all night. About what? Rimuru asked, though he had a strong suspicion. About fighting you, I mean sparring, friendly sparring, just to see what you can do. Vegeta hit you and you didn't even blink, and I've been going crazy wondering how strong you actually are. He was bouncing on the balls of his feet, actually bouncing. Like a child outside a candy store. Please. Just a quick one. Vegeta, who had been pretending not to listen while eating what appeared to be his fourth plate of breakfast, looked up sharply. His interest was obvious despite his best efforts to hide it. Piccolo appeared in the doorway. He'd been outside. Rimuru had sensed him meditating on the compound's roof since before dawn. "I'd like to see this too," the Namekian said simply. Rimuru considered it. There were good reasons to say no. He didn't fully understand how his abilities would interact with Kai-based fighters. He didn't want to reveal too much before meeting Beerus. He was in a foreign universe with no allies and no backup, and showing his cards early was strategically questionable. On the other hand, he'd been ripped from his home, dropped in a strange world, and told a god might try to erase him. He was stressed, homesick, and honestly a little bit irritated. And Goku was offering him an outlet that didn't involve property damage or political complications. Also, Rimuru would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. The power levels he'd read about in Bulma's files were staggering. Goku in particular had achieved forms that multiplied his already ludicrous base power into territory that defied easy comparison. How would that match up against an ultimate skill user, against a true dragon-class entity? Against him. Sure, Rimuru said, let's do it. Goku's face lit up like a supernova. Vegeta stood from the table, Piccolo uncrossed his arms. Even Bulma looked up from her work, interested despite herself. They flew. Or rather, Goku and Vegeta and Piccolo flew, and Rimuru kept pace using his own flight ability, converting magicules into thrust with the effortless ease of someone who'd been doing this for years. They headed north over mountains and forests and a vast empty desert that reminded Rimuru of parts of the Jura forest during the dry season. Goku led them to a plateau, barren, rocky, miles from the nearest settlement. "I usually train here when I don't want to break anything important," Goku explained, landing lightly. "It's pretty empty." "It won't be by the time we're done," Vegeta muttered, landing beside him. Piccolo settled on a rocky outcropping overlooking the plateau, cross-legged, watching. Rimuru landed across from Goku at a distance of about 50 meters and rolled his shoulders. "Rules?" Rimuru asked. "No rules," Goku said happily. "Just come at me with whatever you've got. I want to see everything. Everything might be a lot." "Good. That's the point." Goku dropped into a fighting stance, relaxed, fluid, weight balanced perfectly. His Kai began to rise and Rimuru felt it like a tide coming in, warm, intense, crackling with barely contained potential. "I'll start in base form and we'll go from there." "Sound good?" "Works for me." They stood facing each other across the dusty plateau. Wind whipped between them, carrying grit and the smell of sun-baked stone. The sky was vast and empty and blue. Goku moved first. He closed the distance in a blink, raw speed, no techniques, just pure physical ability launching him forward like a cannonball. His opening attack was a straight punch aimed at Rimuru's center mass, and it was fast. Faster than Vegeta's punch yesterday by a significant margin, even in base form. The man's martial arts were sublime, every muscle firing in perfect sequence, every ounce of power channeled with zero waste. Rimuru caught the punch. Not with a barrier, not with a skill, just his hand closing around Goku's fist. The impact sent cracks spidering through the ground beneath his feet. The shockwave stripped dust from the plateau in a circular wave. And Rimuru held it, feeling the force, letting Raphael drink in the data. Kinetic energy absorbed and analyzed. Goku's base form physical output exceeds initial estimates by 340%. Adjusting models. Goku's grin didn't waver, if anything it grew. "You caught that one-handed." "Awesome." He twisted, pulling his fist free with a burst of Kai that Rimuru allowed and launched into a combination punches, kicks, elbows, knees, a fluid chain of strikes that blended multiple martial arts traditions into something uniquely Goku's own. Each blow was faster than the last, each one harder, as Goku read the moment and escalated in real time. Rimuru blocked and parried. He wasn't using thought acceleration to its full extent, just enough to keep up, to study Goku's movement patterns, to appreciate the sheer artistry of his combat style. This man had spent his entire life fighting, training, pushing beyond limits that shouldn't exist. It showed in every movement. There was no wasted motion, no telegraphing, nothing sloppy. Just clean, beautiful violence executed at speeds that would have been invisible to mortal eyes. But Rimuru wasn't mortal, and he wasn't giving ground. Every strike Goku threw, Rimuru met. Every feint Rimuru read, every acceleration Rimuru matched. And with each exchange, Goku pushed harder, his smile growing, his kai climbing the air around them, heating with the friction of their speed. "You're really good at reading attacks," Goku said between exchanges, not even breathing hard. "Most people can't keep up with my combos this long without going defensive. But you're not even trying to counterattack. Why?" "Because I'm learning," Rimuru said honestly. "Your martial arts are incredible, I want to see more." Goku's eyes went wide. Then he laughed, a full, delighted laugh that echoed off the canyon walls surrounding the plateau. "Oh man, I like you. Okay, let me show you something then." He disengaged, backflipping to create distance, and his kai surged. The plateau shook. Rocks lifted from the ground, orbiting him like planets around a star. His hair flickered, shifted, blazed golden, his eyes turned teal. The gentle warmth of his kai became a roaring inferno that pressed against Rimuru's senses like a physical weight. Super Saiyan. The legendary transformation that Rimuru had read about in Bulma's files. In person, it was something else entirely. The raw emotion of it, fury and joy and determination compressed into a pillar of golden light that split the sky. Power output has increased approximately 50-fold, adjusting threat assessment. Note, this is reportedly the lowest tier of Saiyan transformation. The lowest. Right. "Here I come," Goku shouted, and this time when he closed the distance, the ground beneath his launch point simply ceased to exist. The speed was extraordinary. Rimuru activated thought acceleration at a higher degree, and even then, Goku was fast, a golden streak that hit like a divine hammer. The first punch broke Rimuru's passive barrier. Not shattered it, but cracked it, the first time anything in this universe had managed that. Rimuru felt a thrill run through him, not fear, excitement. The same electric buzz he'd felt facing Milim for the first time, or standing against the Eastern Empire's million-strong army. The recognition of something genuinely dangerous, genuinely worthy. He stopped blocking and started fighting back. His fist met Goku's for the first time, and the collision produced a thunderclap that flattened the plateau for 100 meters in every direction. Goku's eyes went wide, not with pain but with pure distilled excitement, and the two of them crashed together in a flurry of blows that tore the landscape apart. Rimuru didn't use skills. Not the flashy ones, not yet. He matched Goku's martial arts with his own combat experience, the techniques he'd absorbed from Hakuru's swordsmanship, adapted for unarmed fighting. Thought acceleration let him process Goku's patterns in real time, and Universal Detect fed him a constant stream of information about the Saiyan's Kai flow, his balance, his tells. Goku adapted. That was the terrifying thing, he adapted in real time mid-fight, adjusting his style to counter Rimuru's counters, finding new angles, inventing techniques on the fly. His combat instinct was less like a skill and more like a force of nature. Rimuru would close off one avenue of attack, and Goku would find three more. They separated, both landing on jagged pillars of rock that were all that remained of the plateau's surface. "You're holding back," Goku said, still grinning, golden aura blazing. "Not a scratch on him." "So are you," Rimuru replied, "not a scratch on him either." "Yeah. I've got a lot more gears." Goku's expression shifted, the grin remained, but something sharper entered his eyes, something hungry. "Want to see?" From the outcropping, Piccolo called out, "Goku, maybe don't." "I want to see," Rimuru said. Goku powered up again. Super Saiyan 2 came like a lightning storm, bioelectricity crackling across Goku's skin, his hair sharper, his aura more jagged and volatile. The jump in power was significant, and Rimuru felt his passive barriers strain under just the pressure of Goku's presence. Then Super Saiyan 3. Goku's hair lengthened, cascading down his back in a river of gold. His brow ridge thickened, his eyes lost their pupils, and his Kai output became something that Rimuru's senses struggled to quantify. The ground beneath Goku pulverized to dust. The sky darkened. Across the planet, Rimuru knew every Kai-sensitive being would be feeling this. Power output has increased by several additional orders of magnitude. Master, this unit strongly recommends activating defensive skills. Rimuru was already doing it. Not because he was afraid, but because Goku deserved to fight someone who was actually trying. He activated his multi-layer barrier at full strength, reinforced it with Uriel's absolute defense, and brought thought acceleration to its maximum output. The world slowed to a crawl around him except for Goku, who moved through the decelerated timeframe. Like a burning god. They clashed again, and this time the planet felt it. The shockwaves from their exchanges rippled outward in concentric rings, flattening mountain ranges, parting clouds, sending tsunamis racing across distant oceans that Rimuru immediately neutralized with a whispered spatial manipulation before they could reach shore. He was fighting and protecting at the same time, his mind split between the joy of combat and the responsibility of collateral damage. Goku noticed, of course he did. He noticed that the destructive waves from their fight were being eaten, absorbed, redirected. Nullified by something Rimuru was doing almost absent-mindedly. "You're controlling the damage radius," Goku shouted over the roar of displaced air. "While fighting me at Super Saiyan 3. Old habit. Can't have a good fight if you're worried about the neighborhood." Goku laughed again, and the sound was almost lost in the fury of their exchange. He came in with a Kamehameha, the famous technique, a concentrated beam of Kai that Rimuru had read about but hadn't experienced firsthand. It hit his barrier and pushed, a river of blue-white energy that Beelzebub immediately began analyzing and absorbing. Kai-based energy attack analyzed, composition understood. Master, this unit can now replicate Kai-based energy projection. Already? That fast? The energy attack was held against Master's barrier for 3.7 seconds. This unit is very efficient. Rimuru let the Kamehameha wash over him, absorbing its energy, feeling the structure of it, the way Goku's life force and spiritual energy were compressed and directed through willpower and technique. It was elegant, brutally elegant. And now it was his. The beam faded and Goku stood at a distance, still powered up, breathing harder now. Super Saiyan 3 was draining. Rimuru could see it in the fluctuations of Goku's Kai, the subtle tremors in his aura. "Okay," Goku said, and his voice had changed, not less excited, more excited. But with a weight to it, a seriousness. "That Kamehameha should have moved you, at least. And you just stood there." He dropped out of Super Saiyan 3, his hair shrinking, his features normalizing. He took a deep breath and settled. "You want me to show you something now?" Rimuru asked. Goku's eyes lit up. "Please." Rimuru extended one hand, palm facing up. In it, he gathered a sphere of concentrated magicule energy, not an attack, just a demonstration. The sphere was small, maybe the size of a tennis ball, but it contained enough raw power to level a continent. He compressed it further and further, until it was a point of blue-white light that made the air zing. Then he added attributes: nuclear heat, absolute cold, spatial distortion, gravity manipulation, each layer wrapping around the core like the layers of a star. Raphael guided the construction with mathematical precision, turning a simple energy demonstration into a showcase of what magicules could do that Kai couldn't: categorical versatility. Multiple damage types, multiple physical laws, all compressed into a single point. "This is what my energy does," Rimuru said. "It's not just force, it's everything. Heat, cold, gravity, space, time, all of it shaped and directed." He dissolved the sphere before it could destabilize. The air rushed in to fill the void it left, creating a thunderclap in miniature. Goku stared at where the sphere had been. His expression was unlike anything Rimuru had seen from him, not the happy-go-lucky grin, not the battle-hungry intensity, something quieter, something almost reverent. "That's completely different from Kai," he said slowly. "I couldn't even sense what that was until you showed me. It's like a whole other way of being strong. It is, my world's rules are different from yours. Here, power seems to be about escalation, pushing your energy higher and higher, breaking through limits. Where I come from, power is about breadth, skills, abilities, conceptual authorities. It's not about how hard you can hit, it's about what you can do." "But you can hit hard too," Goku said, rubbing his fist. "Trust me, I felt those counters." "I can hit hard too," Rimuru admitted. Goku was quiet for a moment, then, "I've got more forms, stronger ones, a lot stronger. But I think," he glanced at the devastated landscape around them, the shattered plateau, the gouged earth, the dust still settling, "I think maybe we shouldn't go all out here, not yet. I don't want to break the planet." "Agreed, but Goku," Rimuru met his eyes. "Whenever you want to go all out, find a place where we won't hurt anyone and I'm in." The grin came back, full force, blinding. "Deal." From his perch on the remaining outcropping, one of the few geological features still standing, Piccolo unfolded his arms and stared at the two of them. His expression was carefully neutral, but Rimuru could read the tension in his posture. The Namekian had just watched a being from another universe casually tank Super Saiyan 3 Goku and a full power Kamehameha without visible damage while simultaneously performing environmental damage. Control, that was a lot to process. Vegeta hadn't moved from his position on a nearby cliff. He'd watched the entire fight in silence, arms crossed, expression unreadable. But his Kai was turbulent. Rimuru could feel it even without fully understanding Kai, a storm of emotion barely contained beneath a rigid surface, frustration maybe. Or something more complicated. They flew back to Capsule Corporation in relative quiet. Goku chattered about techniques and training methods, but even his energy was subdued, not dampened. Just redirected inward, processing what he'd learned. Rimuru listened and offered occasional insights about his own training philosophy, carefully edited, to avoid revealing too much about his specific skills. Vegeta said nothing the entire trip. They landed in the compound's courtyard, and Bulma met them at the door with a tablet and an expression that mixed excitement with alarm. "I tracked your fight on the planetary sensor grid," she said. "The energy readings were insane. Also, nice job with the tidal wave control. I saw you catch those shockwaves before they hit the coastline. Very considerate." "Thanks. How's the scanning project going?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about." She gestured them inside, leading the way to her lab. At a pace that suggested she'd been waiting impatiently for their return. "While you were out playing, I incorporated the processing algorithms you helped me develop yesterday into the multiversal scanner. And I found something." She pulled up a holographic display, a map of Universe 7 rendered in blue light with a single pulsing red dot at its center. "That's you," she said, pointing at the dot, "your arrival point. And this," she zoomed out and out and out until the galaxy was a smear and the universe was a web of light, "is the residual trace of whatever brought you here." A line of faint red extended from Rimuru's arrival point, threading through dimensions across impossible distances to a point that existed outside the map's boundaries entirely. But that wasn't what caught Rimuru's attention. What caught his attention was a second line, blue, not red, that intersected the first at a point somewhere deep in intergalactic space. "What's the blue line?" he asked. Bulma's face was grim. "That's the energy signature of the Super Dragon Balls, specifically the residual trace of a wish. Someone used the Super Dragon Balls recently within the last cosmic cycle, and the energy trace of that wish intersects perfectly with whatever pulled you here." The room went quiet. "Someone wished me here," Rimuru said. Or someone wished for something that pulled you here as a side effect, Bulma corrected. The wish energy and the dimensional breach aren't identical, they just intersect. It could be coincidence, but at this scale, I don't believe in coincidence. Neither did Rimuru. Neither did Raphael. This unit concurs with the local scientist's assessment. The probability of coincidental intersection between a Super Dragon Ball wish trace and Master's dimensional breach is negligible. Someone in this universe made a wish that directly or indirectly caused Master's displacement. Can you figure out what the wish was? Not from residual energy alone. The wish itself was encoded in divine language and executed through the dragon god's authority. Decoding it would require either the Super Dragon Balls themselves or access to divine level information. There's more, Bulma said, swiping the display. The Super Dragon Balls grant one wish per cycle and they scatter after use. But I've been working on tracking their energy signatures using the upgrades from our collaboration, and I've already located 2 of them. She highlighted 2 points on the universal map. One in Universe 7, one at the boundary with Universe 6. 7 total, right? Rimuru asked. 7 total, I can probably find them all given enough time. Weeks, maybe a month with the improved algorithms, but collecting them is another matter entirely. They're the size of planets. Moving them requires either a ship capable of towing planetoid mass objects or someone strong enough to move them by hand, Goku said. He'd been quiet during the technical discussion, but now he perked up. We've done it before. Me and the Universe 6 guys. It took a while, but it's doable. There's a political problem too, Piccolo said from the doorway. He'd followed them in but stayed at the periphery, observing. The Super Dragon Balls span 2 universes. Gathering them means coordinating with Universe 6, which means going through the gods. Champa won't cooperate without something in return, and Beerus. Beerus, Vegeta said, speaking for the first time since the sparring match, is already on his way. Everyone looked at him. I felt it an hour ago, Vegeta said, his energy approaching Earth. Wise is with him. He looked at Rimuru and his expression was complex, not hostile but not friendly, assessing. Whatever you're going to do about the god of destruction, you'd better decide now. He'll be here before sunset. The weight of that settled over the room. Rimuru looked at the faces around him, Bulma brilliant and worried, Goku eager and alert. Piccolo calculating and tense. Vegeta coiled and unreadable. These people had dealt with gods before. They'd fought them, bargained with them, even befriended them. But the tension in the room told Rimuru that Beerus was different. Beerus wasn't an enemy to defeat or an obstacle to overcome. He was a fundamental law of this universe given form. You didn't fight gravity. You didn't negotiate with entropy. And you didn't tell the god of destruction that you refused to cooperate. Unless you were Rimuru Tempest, in which case you at least considered it. Raphael. Battle assessment. If Beerus tries to destroy me, what are our options? Based on available data, Master possesses several viable defensive strategies. Uriel's unlimited imprisonment could theoretically contain destruction energy. Beelzebub's predation could potentially absorb it. Master's multi-layer barrier, reinforced with magicule-dense spatial isolation, presents a third defensive line. However, this unit must emphasize, all assessments are theoretical. Hawkeye has not been directly observed. The gap between theory and practice in this case could be fatal. And offensively, Master's full combat capability, including all ultimate skills, operates on principles that local entities have no framework to counter. In a direct confrontation, Master's analytical advantage, the ability to study, adapt, and counter enemy techniques in real time, represents a decisive strategic asset. However, Beerus has millions of years of combat experience and a destruction authority that may operate on a conceptual level beyond physical defense. This unit's recommendation remains unchanged: approach with extreme caution and prioritize Diplomacy. Diplomacy it is. But we prepare for the alternative. Always. Rimuru spent the afternoon preparing. Not in the way Goku and Vegeta prepared. He didn't train or power up or run through techniques. He sat in Bulma's lab and learned. Bulma showed him everything she had on the gods, footage from the Tournament of Power technical. Readouts from Wise's visits, her own theoretical papers on destruction energy. Rimuru absorbed it all and Raphael processed it, building models, running simulations. Constructing a framework for understanding divine Kai that grew more complete with every passing minute. He also spent time with Goku, which was a different kind of preparation entirely. They sat on the compound's roof in the early afternoon sun, eating snacks that Goku had produced. From somewhere apparently food materialized around this man spontaneously, and talking. Not about fighting or power or strategy. About home. I've got 2 sons, Goku said, munching on a rice ball. Gohan's the older one, he's a scholar now, really smart. Goten's the younger, he's more like me. My wife Kai keeps us all in line, or tries to, he laughed. She's the strongest person I know, honestly. And she can't even fly. I know the type, Rimuru said, thinking of Shin. I've got people like that too, people who keep me grounded. Tell me about them. So Rimuru did. He talked about Benimaru's fierce loyalty and terrible poker face. About Shuna's gentle strength and devastating political acumen. About Shin's enthusiasm for everything, especially cooking, despite being catastrophically bad at it. About Diablo's unsettling devotion and the way he smiled at everything like the world was a private joke only he understood. About Veldora, the storm dragon, who was essentially a giant lizard-shaped otaku with the power to level civilizations and the emotional maturity of a teenager. About Gopta, who was simultaneously the luckiest and unluckiest person Rimuru had ever met. About Ranga, who was basically the world's most powerful dog. About the people of Tempest, goblins, orcs, lizardfolk, dwarves, elves, humans, all living together. In a nation built on the radical premise that being a monster didn't make you a monster. Talking about them hurt. Each name was a reminder of distance, of severed connections, of a world spinning on without him. But it also helped. It reminded him of why he needed to get back and what he was fighting for. Goku listened with an attentiveness that belied his scattered demeanor. He nodded in the right places, laughed when something was funny, and went quiet when something was sad. When Rimuru finished, the Saiyan was staring at the sky with an expression that Rimuru hadn't seen before, thoughtful, almost wistful. You built something, Goku said, a whole country. A whole community, that's amazing. I've never been great at that kind of thing. I'm always off training, fighting, doing my own thing. Kai calls me selfish sometimes, and she's not wrong. You protect them, Rimuru said. That's not nothing. Yeah, but protection and presence are different things. Goku's voice was unusually quiet. I've died twice, left my family for years at a time. Gohan had to grow up fast because I wasn't there. Goten, he was born while I was dead. Didn't meet him until he was 7. He picked up another rice ball and stared at it. I love fighting more than almost anything, that's just who I am. But sometimes I wonder if the people I love pay the price for that. Rimuru didn't answer right away. He let the silence breathe between them because some truths needed space. Where I come from, he said finally, I used to be human, a regular guy in a regular world. No power, no kingdom, no responsibilities beyond showing up to work on time. Then I died and got reincarnated as a slime, a blob of nothing in a cave. Every single thing I built, every relationship I formed, every person I named, I did it because I chose to, because I wanted to. He looked at Goku, you're not selfish for loving what you love. The question isn't whether you care about fighting. It's whether the people you love know that you'd choose them over the fight if it came down to it. Goku was quiet for a while. Then he smiled, and it was a different smile from his usual one, smaller, realer, carrying a weight. That the big grins didn't. You know what, I think I would, I think I always would. He trailed off, then shook his head and laughed. Man, you're easy to talk to for a slime from another dimension. I get that a lot. They sat in comfortable silence until the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of fire. Then Rimuru felt it. Not gradually, not subtly. One moment the ambient energy of the world was normal, the steady background hum of Kai and life. Force that he'd been acclimating to for 24 hours. The next, something pressed down on existence itself, like a thumb pushing into clay. Like the air had decided to become stone. It wasn't Kai, though Kai was part of it, it was authority. The universe itself bending to accommodate something that outranked it. Rimuru had felt something similar from Milim at full power, from Guy Crimson when he stopped pretending to be lazy, from Veldanava in the ancient memories Veldora sometimes shared. The pressure of a being that existed at the top of the cosmic food chain. Goku stood up, his entire demeanor shifting in an instant. The thoughtful man who'd been discussing family and choices vanished, replaced by a warrior on full alert. His Kai rose to defensive levels, not aggressive, just ready. He's here, Goku said. They came from the sky. Two figures descending toward Capsule Corporation with the unhurried pace of beings who had never needed to rush for anything in their lives. The first was tall, slender, elegant, pale blue skin, white hair swept up in a point, angular features arranged in an expression of perpetual mild amusement. He wore attendant's robes and carried a staff that pulsed with an energy Rimuru's senses couldn't fully parse. Wise the angel. The strongest being in Universe 7 by a comfortable margin if Bulma's files were accurate. The second was shorter, leaner, wrapped in Egyptian-inspired garb that left his thin, purple frame exposed. His features were feline, sharp, predatory, with large pointed ears and a long tail that swayed behind him with studied indifference. His eyes were amber, slitted, and they were fixed on Rimuru with the unwavering focus of a cat that had spotted a mouse. Except Rimuru wasn't a mouse, and the cat knew it. That was the tension visible in the set of Beerus's jaw, the slight bristle of his fur, the way his tail had gone rigid at the tip. He wasn't looking at prey. He was looking at something he couldn't immediately categorize, and for a god of destruction, the uncategorizable was dangerous by definition. They landed in the compound's courtyard. Goku and Rimuru were already there. They dropped from the roof the moment they sensed the approach. Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, powered down but thrumming with tension. Piccolo materialized from the shadows of the eastern wall. Bulma came out of the lab, wiping her hands on a cloth, face carefully composed. Lord Beerus, she said, and her voice was steady enough that Rimuru revised his assessment of her courage significantly upward. This is unexpected. Can I get you anything? We just got a new shipment of that earthling cheese you liked. Later, Beerus said. His voice was deceptively light, a tenor that could have been pleasant under other circumstances. Right now, it carried the harmonic undertone of a death sentence. His eyes hadn't left Rimuru. That's it, that's what I felt. Wise tilted his head, studying Rimuru with open curiosity. Fascinating, he's even more anomalous up close. Lord Beerus, do you notice? His energy doesn't interact with the local dimensional substrate at all. It's as if he's standing in the universe without actually being part of the universe. I notice, Beerus said. I've been noticing since last night. It woke me up, his lip curled, revealing a pointed canine. I don't like being woken up. Rimuru stepped forward, and every Z-fighter in the courtyard tensed. He stopped at a conversational distance from Beerus, close enough to talk, far enough to react, and met the god's amber eyes without flinching. Rimuru Tempest, he said. I know who you are, Lord Beerus. I know what your role is in this universe. And I know you have questions. I'm happy to answer them. Beerus's ears flattened. How generous. A foreign entity trespassing in my universe offering to answer my questions, the sarcasm could have stripped paint. Let me be clear about something, slime. This is my universe, I maintain it. I protect its balance. And when something appears in it that doesn't belong, that exists outside the rules that govern everything else, it's my job to deal with it. I understand. Do you? Because dealing with it doesn't mean asking nicely for it to leave. It means erasing it. Beerus raised one hand and the air around his palm shimmered with an energy that made Rimuru's every defensive instinct light up simultaneously. Purple-black dense absolute. It wasn't just destructive force, it was the concept of destruction given form. Rimuru's senses recoiled from it the way flesh recoils from fire. Raphael's analysis spun into overdrive. Alert, destruction energy detected. Composition, conceptual authority over cessation of existence, channeled through divine Kai. Substrate. This is not merely an energy attack, it is a functional universal constant being wielded as a weapon. Master's standard barriers may be insufficient, engaging Uriel's absolute defense. Activating Beelzebub's analytical predation. Deploying Raphael's full processing capacity to real-time countermeasure development. All of this happened in the space between heartbeats. To the outside world, Rimuru simply stood there, looking at the glowing hand of a god completely. Come. Before you do something we'll both regret, Rimuru said, and his voice was steady. Can I say something? Beerus's hand didn't lower. Speak. I didn't choose to come here. Someone or something pulled me from my own universe against my will. I'm not an invader. I'm not a threat to your cosmic order. I'm a displaced person trying to find his way home. I have people waiting for me, a nation that needs its leader. I have no interest in disrupting your universe, fighting your gods, or challenging your authority. He paused, letting that land. But he continued, quieter now, not softer. I'm not going to let anyone erase me. Not without a fight. And I promise you, Lord Beerus, that fight would not be quick, it would not be clean, and it would not end without consequences. The courtyard was so silent that the hum of Capsule Corporation's generators sounded like thunder. Beerus stared at him. The destruction energy crackled around his palm, casting violet shadows across his features. His amber eyes were unreadable, ancient, calculating, carrying the weight of millions of years of cosmic stewardship. Then why spoke, if I may, Lord Beerus? Beerus's ear twitched. He didn't look away from Rimuru. What? This entity's energy system is genuinely unprecedented. I've examined beings from all 12 universes and nothing in our multiverse operates on comparable principles. Destroying him without study would be wasteful and potentially risky. We don't know how his energy would interact with Hakai. It's possible that attempting to erase him could produce unforeseen consequences. Rimuru caught the subtext immediately. Wise was giving Beerus an out. A reason to stand down that didn't involve admitting uncertainty or backing down from a threat. It was elegant diplomacy, and Rimuru filed away the observation that the angel was apparently on his side, or at least, on the side of not destroying the interesting new thing. Beerus's tail lashed, once, twice. The destruction energy around his hand guttered, flickered, and faded, not dispelled, just withdrawn, stored. Ready? Fine, Beerus said, and the word carried the weight of a judicial ruling. I won't erase you yet, but you will explain yourself fully. No evasions, no half-truths, no convenient omissions. I want to know what you are, where you come from, what you can do, and why my universe just tore open to bring you here. That last one I'd like to know too, Rimuru said. And I'll tell you everything I can. But I'd like to make a request in return. Beerus's expression said that requests from extra-dimensional intruders were not generally how his conversations went, but curiosity won over pride. What request? Help me get home. The Super Dragon Balls can do it. Help me gather them, help me make the wish, and I'm out of your universe cleanly and permanently. Your cosmic order goes back to normal, your balance is restored, and you can go back to sleep. Something shifted in Beerus's expression. Not softening, Beerus didn't soften. But the rigid hostility eased into something more nuanced: calculation. The recognition that this entity was offering a solution, not a confrontation. "You're bargaining with me," Beerus said, and there was a note of "was that amusement" in his voice. "I'm a politician, it's what I do." Beerus stared at him for a long moment. Then he snorted, a sharp exhalation through his nose that could have been disgust or laughter. "Wise? What do you think?" "I think," Wise said, smiling that enigmatic smile, "that this could be very entertaining. And the super Dragon Balls are scattered regardless. Gathering them would allow us to investigate the wish that caused this anomaly, which serves our interests as well." Beerus considered this. His tail swayed behind him in slow, pendular arcs. "The cheese," he said finally. Bulma blinked. "What?" "You mentioned cheese, the one from last time." "I want that and dinner, and then we'll talk." He looked at Rimuru with eyes that promised this. "Wasn't over, not by a long shot. You're cooking." Rimuru blinked. "I'm what?" "You heard me. You want to prove you're not a threat? Feed me. If the food is good, I'll consider your proposal. If it's bad," the destruction energy flickered around his fingertips for just a moment. "Well..." Goku's face had undergone a journey during this entire exchange: tension, concern, awe, and now pure delight. "You're going to love his cooking, Lord Beerus." "Well, I don't know if he can cook, but can you cook?" "I can do a lot of things," Rimuru said, already cycling through the centuries of cooking knowledge he'd accumulated from various absorbed beings. "Give me a kitchen." Bulma's kitchen was world-class industrial equipment married to home comfort, stocked with ingredients that span the globe. Rimuru commandeered it with the ease of someone who'd overseen banquets for thousands in Tempest. Raphael provided real-time optimization of every technique, every temperature, every timing. He cooked not magically, or rather not with obvious magic. He enhanced ingredients subtly, using trace amounts of magicule infusion to deepen flavors, tenderize proteins, and achieve textures that no purely physical cooking method could match. It was the same technique he developed for Tempest's diplomatic feasts, and it had won over demon lords, dragon queens, and human emperors. The menu was ambitious: 12 courses that drew from his memories of Japanese cuisine, Tempest's unique culinary traditions, and the cooking knowledge of every entity he'd ever absorbed who knew their way around a kitchen. Each dish was a small masterpiece, not of presentation, which he kept simple, but of flavor. Flavor that hit your brain like a symphony and made you forget, for just a moment, about God's end, destruction, and the weight of the universe. He served the first course and watched Beerus take a single bite. The god of destruction's expression underwent a transformation that Rimuru suspected few beings in the universe had ever witnessed. The rigid hostility didn't just crack, it evaporated. Beerus's eyes went wide, then half-lidded, then closed entirely. His ears, which had been flat against his skull since arrival, perked forward. His tail, which had been lashing with agitation, went completely still. "What," Beerus said quietly, "is this?" "Magicule-infused wagyu with a reduction of." "I wasn't asking for a recipe. I was asking, what kind of being are you that you can cook like this?" Wise had already finished his portion and was eyeing the kitchen with naked anticipation. "Oh my. That's quite remarkable. The flavor profiles are enhanced on a level I haven't encountered before. Is that an application of your energy system?" "Subtle infusion. Back home I use it for state dinners." "State dinners," Beerus repeated. "You serve food like this at state dinners?" He looked at Rimuru, and something fundamental had shifted in his gaze. Not the threat assessment, that was still there, running in the background, a god of destruction never truly stopped evaluating threats, but layered over it was something new. Interest. Genuine personal interest. "Bring the next course," Beerus said. "And then we talk." They talked over 12 courses and 2 hours of eating. Beerus consumed food with the intensity of someone who took eating as seriously as destruction, which it turned out was very seriously indeed. Between courses, Rimuru explained his origins, his world, his power in broad strokes, not revealing every skill and ability, but enough to paint an honest picture. Wise asked precise, targeted questions that suggested he understood far more than he let on. Beerus asked blunt questions that cut to the heart of things. Your power. This predator ability, Beerus pointed at Rimuru with a fork. You can absorb and replicate abilities. Yes. Could you absorb Hakai? The table went very quiet. Goku stopped eating, which was approximately as alarming as a solar eclipse. I don't know, Rimuru said honestly. I wouldn't want to find out the hard way. That's the first intelligent thing you've said all evening, Beerus replied and went back to eating. Later, after the meal, with the others clearing dishes and Wise savoring what Rimuru suspected was his 7th dessert, Beerus stepped onto the compound's balcony. Rimuru followed him. The night sky of Universe 7 spread above them, vast and unfamiliar. I've been a god of destruction for over 200 million years, Beerus said, not looking at Rimuru. His voice was different out here, quieter, stripped of performance. Just a very old being talking. In that time, I've encountered exactly 2 things I couldn't immediately categorize. The first was Xeno, the second is you. I'm flattered. Don't be. Xeno terrifies me. You just confuse me and I don't like being confused. He turned and his amber eyes were sharp. I'll help you find the Super Dragon Balls. Not because I like you or trust you or believe your story, though I do believe you mostly, but because you being in my universe is a problem and the fastest solution is to send you home. Thank you. Don't thank me either, there will be conditions. First, you don't use your predator ability on any divine entity, not me, not Wise, not any Kai. If I find out you've absorbed divine energy without permission, the deal is off and I erase you. Consequences be damned. Fair. Second, whatever investigation Bulma is running into the wish that brought you here, I want full access to her findings. If someone used the Super Dragon Balls to tamper with my universe's dimensional integrity, I want to know who and why. Agreed. Third, Beerus paused. You cook for me again regularly. Until you leave. Rimuru stared at him. Then, despite everything, despite the gravity of the situation, the weight of displacement, the lingering threat of divine erasure, he laughed. Deal. Beerus's tail flicked. If Rimuru didn't know better, he'd say the god of destruction was almost smiling. Almost. They went back inside, and the evening settled into something that almost resembled normalcy. Wise and Bulma fell into a technical conversation about dimensional resonance that Rimuru eavesdropped on with half an ear while Raphael recorded everything. Goku challenged Beerus to an arm wrestling match and lost spectacularly. Vegeta sat in the corner watching Rimuru with those dark, calculating eyes and said nothing. It was Piccolo who pulled Rimuru aside late in the evening as the others were winding down. A word, the Namekian said, leading him to a quiet corridor. What's on your mind? Piccolo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, expression grave. Beerus agreed too easily. Rimuru raised an eyebrow. You think he's not sincere? I think Beerus always has multiple motivations. He's agreeing to help you because it solves his immediate problem, yes. But he's also keeping you close, under observation. And he made you agree not to absorb divine energy, which tells me he's already thinking about what happens if you become too powerful to control. Smart god. Smart cat. There's something else, Piccolo's voice dropped. You said someone wished you here. Using the Super Dragon Balls, those wishes don't happen by accident. Someone went through the immense effort of finding 7 planet-sized artifacts scattered across 2 universes, summoned the dragon god, and made a wish that ripped you out of your reality. That takes planning, resources, and motivation. I've been thinking the same thing. Then think about this: who in our universe would want you here, who even knows about you? The Super Dragon Balls were last used during the Tournament of Power when Android 17 wished back the erased universes. Before that, it was the Universe 6 tournament. The number of beings who know about the Super Dragon Balls and have the capability to gather them is very small. Rimuru met Piccolo's eyes. The Namekian was sharper than anyone else here, maybe in this particular way. While Goku thought about fighting and Vegeta thought about pride and Bulma thought about science, Piccolo thought about threats. You have someone in mind, Rimuru said. Piccolo was quiet for a moment, then Frieza was present at the Tournament of Power. He learned about the Super Dragon Balls there. He's the most cunning, most resourceful, most manipulative being in our universe. And he's currently rebuilding his empire in deep space. Why would Frieza want to summon an unknown entity from another dimension? That's what I can't figure out. But if it is him, then everything that's happening, your arrival, Beerus's involvement, the search for the Super Dragon Balls, might be part of a plan we can't see yet. Rimuru let that settle. It felt right in an uncomfortable way, the shape of a conspiracy, the shadow of a puppet master pulling strings from beyond the visible stage. He'd dealt with this before. Yuuki Kagurazaka had played a similar game in the Cardinal world, manipulating events from the shadows until the web grew too large to hide. Keep watching, Rimuru said. You're better at reading these people than I am. If something doesn't add up, tell me. Piccolo nodded once, then paused. One more thing. Today, during your fight with Goku, you weren't trying. Not even a little. It wasn't a question. No, Rimuru said. I wasn't. I thought so. Piccolo's expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted. Fractional loosening, as if he'd made a decision. Good. If whatever's coming is as dangerous as I think, we're going to need everything you've got. He turned and walked away, footsteps silent on the corridor floor, leaving Rimuru alone with his thoughts. Raphael, run a profile on Frieza, everything in Bulma's database. Cross-reference with the wish trace data and the dimensional breach parameters. I want to know if it's possible that he orchestrated this. Processing. Initial assessment. Frieza possesses the intelligence, resources, and ruthlessness to execute such a plan. However, gathering the Super Dragon Balls undetected would require assistance from beings with multiversal access. The probability of solo execution is low. If Frieza is responsible, he has allies, unknown allies. Of course he does. It's always the smart ones that cause the most trouble. Rimuru returned to the main room. Beerus and Wise had departed back to their planet, presumably, though Wise had left behind communication device shaped like a small bell that would allow direct contact. Goku was saying his goodbyes, promising to return tomorrow for more training. Vegeta had already vanished into the gravity chamber. Bulma was in her lab, still working, always working. Rimuru stopped in the doorway and watched her for a moment, this brilliant, fearless woman who lived among gods and monsters and held her own through sheer intellect and force of will. Hey, Bulma. She looked up, eyes tired but bright. Yeah. The wish trace. Can you determine when it was made, an exact date? She frowned, turning to her console. I've been working on that. The temporal resolution isn't great, but I can narrow it down to roughly 3 months ago, give or take a few weeks. 3 months ago. After the Tournament of Power, after Frieza's resurrection, the timeline fit. One more thing. Is there any way to determine who made the wish, not from the energy trace, from the physical side? Could anyone track who gathered the Super Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon? Bulma's frown deepened. Not easily. The Super Dragon Balls scatter after use, and there's no registry or record. But she tapped her chin. The Galactic Patrol might have data. They monitor large-scale cosmic events, and 7 planet-sized objects converging in one location would show up on their instruments. Can you reach out to them? I can do better. I'll have Jocko come here, he owes me about 50 favors. Rimuru nodded, thank you. For everything, the lab access, the hospitality, the… Stop, Bulma held up a hand. You increased my computational efficiency by 37%, helped me make a breakthrough. On multiversal scanning that I've been stuck on for 2 years, and cooked a meal that made a god of destruction purr, if anything I owe you. He purred. You didn't hear it, it was adorable. Don't ever tell him I said that. Rimuru grinned, and for a moment, just a moment, the ache of homesickness eased. Because this was familiar. Not the technology or the setting or the cosmic stakes, but this, the warmth of capable people, the easy banter of earned trust, the quiet satisfaction of building something together. He'd found it in Tempest, with goblins and ogres and a dragon. Maybe he could find it here too, with Saiyans and scientists and gods. Just until he got home. He said good night and returned to his room, settling into the meditative stillness that passed for sleep when you were a slime pretending to be human. Outside, West City hummed with nightlife and neon. Somewhere above, stars wheeled in patterns he was slowly learning to read. And far away, in the void between galaxies, a sleek warship changed course for Earth. Frieza had received Rimuru's energy analysis, pulled from the sensors of a spy satellite he'd positioned in Earth's orbit years ago, during one of his many contingency plans. The data was fragmentary, incomprehensible by normal standards, but Frieza was not normal. He sat on his throne and read the data 3 times. Then he pulled up the records of a wish he'd made 3 months ago, a wish so carefully worded that even the dragon god had paused before granting it. I wish for the being from beyond our reality whose power of consumption could challenge the gods. Bring it to Universe 7. He hadn't known what he'd get, that was the gamble. The wish was broad, targeting a concept rather than an individual, trusting the super Dragon Balls to find what he was looking for somewhere in the infinite expanse beyond the multiverse. And they had found Rimuru Tempest. Frieza studied the data. Studied the way Rimuru had shrugged off Vegeta's punch. Studied the energy readings from the sparring match with Goku, incomprehensible alien operating on rules that didn't exist in their universe. Studied the way Beerus had gone to Earth personally and come back without destroying anything. Perfect, Frieza whispered, and his smile was a terrible thing, cold, patient, and sharp enough to cut the dark. The game was just beginning. And no one, not the Saiyans, not the gods, not even the clever little slime, had any idea what the board really looked like. Chapter 3, Gods and Monsters. 3 days passed and Rimuru learned to read Kai. Not use it, that was a different problem, one that Raphael was working on in the background like a computer running a massive download. But reading it, sensing it, understanding its flows and textures and emotional resonances, that came quickly. Kai was in many ways simpler than Magicules, less categorical, less structured. It was raw life energy shaped by willpower and spirit, and once Raphael cracked the basic frequency, the entire planet opened up to Rimuru's senses like a map unfolding. He could feel them all now. Goku, a bonfire of barely contained potential, always burning, always hungry for the next challenge. Vegeta, a compressed star denser than Goku, more controlled, generating heat through pressure rather than combustion. Piccolo, cool and deep like an underground river. Gohan, Goku's eldest son, a dormant volcano, staggering power buried beneath layers of scholarly restraint. Krillin, Tine, Yamcha, smaller flames but steady, persistent, each one carrying a lifetime of battle and survival in its flickering light. And above them all, at the edge of perception, the twin sons of Beerus and Wise, one hot, violent, tinged with the purple-black of destruction, the other serene and vast beyond meaningful measurement. Rimuru sat on the roof of Capsule Corporation on the morning of the 4th day, legs dangling over the edge, feeling the city pulse beneath him. West City was enormous, tens of millions of people going about their lives, their collective kite. Warm background hum like the murmur of a distant ocean. None of them knew that a being from another universe was sitting on the roof of their most famous building, running threat assessments and missing his friends. Raphael. Status on the dimensional analysis. Ongoing. This unit has mapped approximately 23% of Universe 7's dimensional substrate. The local spacetime fabric is structurally different from the cardinal worlds, less layered, fewer subdimensions, but significantly more expansive in base spatial volume. Master's dimensional manipulation abilities via Uriel remain functional, but calibration to local physics is incomplete. Estimated time to full calibration, 11 days. In the way home. The dimensional barrier between Universe 7 and the cardinal world is substantial. This unit has identified the approximate vector of Master's arrival trajectory, but reversing it would require energy input beyond Master's current reserves. The Super Dragon Balls remain the most viable option for return. 11 days for calibration. Weeks or months to find the Super Dragon Balls. And somewhere in the background, the question that gnawed at him constantly: who had made the wish that brought him here and why? Piccolo's suspicion about Frieza sat in Rimuru's mind like a splinter. He'd spent part of the previous night reviewing everything Bulma's database contained on the Galactic Tyrant, and the picture that emerged was troubling. Not because Frieza was powerful, though he was enormously so, but because he was smart. Smart in the way that made Rimuru's instincts twitch, the Clayman kind of smart. The Yuuki kind of smart. The kind of intelligence that turned the world into a game board and everyone in it into pieces. A rush of displaced air announced Goku's arrival. The Saiyan appeared on the rooftop via instant transmission, his orange gi already dirty from whatever early morning training he'd been doing. Morning. Ready for round 2. Always. They'd fallen into a routine. Every morning they flew out to the wasteland and sparred, not at full power but at escalating levels that let both of them probe each other's capabilities. For Goku, it was the joy of fighting someone new, someone whose techniques didn't follow any rules. He understood. For Rimuru, it was data. Every exchange taught Raphael more about Kai, about Saiyan physiology, about the specific mechanics of Goku's transformations. Today, though, Rimuru had something different in mind. Before we spar, he said, I want to try something. You showed me Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. What's above that? Goku's eyebrows rose. You want to see the god forms? If you're willing. A complicated expression crossed Goku's face. Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue are different. They use divine Kai, God Kai. It's not just more powerful, it's a different quality of energy. Most people can't even sense it. I'll manage. Goku studied him for a moment, then grinned. Yeah, I bet you will. All right, let's go somewhere big, like really big. Super Saiyan Blue at full power gets messy. They flew farther than usual, out over the ocean, past chains of islands to an uninhabited stretch of open water surrounded by nothing but horizon in every direction. Rimuru created a platform of compressed air beneath them using spatial manipulation, solid enough to stand on, vast enough to fight on. Fancy, Goku said, bouncing on the invisible surface. Okay. Watch carefully. He closed his eyes and breathed. Deep, slow breaths that made his Kai flatten and compress. The ambient energy around him changed character from the warm, vigorous blaze that Rimuru had come to associate with Goku to something thinner, sharper, more refined. It felt less like fire and more like a blade being honed. Then Goku opened his eyes and they were red. His hair blazed crimson, flowing upward in a lighter, more ethereal way than Super Saiyan. His aura turned the same shade, deep, ruby red, pulsing with a warmth that felt different from his normal Kai, older, more fundamental. As if he'd tapped into the roots of creation itself. Super Saiyan God, Goku said, and his voice carried a resonance it hadn't before. This is divine Kai, can you sense it? Rimuru's regular Kai sensing couldn't touch it. Goku had been right about that. Divine Kai operated on a frequency that was invisible to normal perception, but Rimuru wasn't relying on normal perception. Universal Detect, his ultimate sensory skill, cut through the barrier like it wasn't there, pulling the data directly from the fabric of spacetime rather than from the energy itself. Divine Kai analyzed composition, standard Kai refined through spiritual transcendence and compressed to a fundamentally higher dimensional resonance, output increase over Super Saiyan 3 approximately 600-fold. Note, this is a conservative estimate. Divine Kai scales nonlinearly. 600 times Super Saiyan 3. And this was reportedly Goku's second weakest god form. I can sense it, Rimuru said. It's beautiful actually, like Kai but distilled. Goku tilted his head, surprised and pleased. Most people can't feel it at all, not even the other fighters. Ready for the next one? He didn't wait for an answer. The red aura shifted, compressed, and exploded outward in a burst of blue. Goku's hair flashed through crimson to a deep electric blue, his eyes turned the same shade. The aura around him went from ethereal to dense, a concentrated storm of divine Kai that made the ocean beneath them push downward in a vast, circular depression. Super Saiyan Blue, Goku said. This is God combined with Super Saiyan. Full power. The numbers Raphael was producing made Rimuru pause internally. The power output was genuinely staggering, orders of magnitude beyond anything he'd measured so far. Compressed into a form that was almost elegant in its efficiency, no wasted energy, no leaked Kai. Everything contained, directed, purposeful. And yet Rimuru felt, not through analysis, not through numbers, but through the deep intuition that came from being a true dragon-class entity, that this still wasn't the ceiling. There was something above this. Something Goku was holding in reserve, folded away in the deepest layers of his being, waiting. There's more, Rimuru said, not a question. Goku's blue eyes widened slightly. How did you? Yeah. There's more, but the next level is, it's hard to explain. It's not a transformation like the others, it's a technique. A state of being. He dropped out of blue, returning to his base form, and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. My master calls it ultra instinct. It's when your body moves on its own, perfectly, automatically, without conscious thought. The angels do it naturally, for mortals it's really hard. Show me. I can't just turn it on. It's not like Super Saiyan. It activates in extreme situations, when I push past my absolute limit and let go of conscious control. He paused. I've gotten better at accessing it, but it takes real pressure. A real fight. Rimuru considered this. A state beyond transformation where the body acted on pure instinct, freed from the lag of conscious thought. It was conceptually similar to some things in the cardinal world, the battle trance that Hakuryu described, or the way Diablo moved in combat with the effortless precision of a being who'd been fighting since before mortal species existed. But the way Goku described it, movement faster than thought, reaction without cognition, that was something else. All right, Rimuru said, let's spar at your blue level. If Ultra Instinct needs pressure, maybe I can provide some. Goku's grin returned full force. Now you're talking. He powered back up to Super Saiyan Blue in an instant, the blue aura flaring around him, and launched forward. The fight was different from their previous sessions. At Blue, Goku was operating on a level that Rimuru actually had to respect. The speed was such that thought acceleration was no longer optional. Rimuru ran it at 70% just to track Goku's movements. The power behind each strike was enough to genuinely stress his barriers, not break them but test them in ways that made Raphael rapidly adjust defensive configurations. Rimuru fought back with more than martial arts this time. He used spatial manipulation to warp the distance between them, stepping through folds in space to appear behind Goku or above him. He used Beelzebub to create zones of energy absorption that drained Kai from the air, forcing Goku to burn through reserves faster. He used Uriel to anchor himself in space, becoming an immovable point that Goku's attacks broke. Against like waves against a cliff. Goku adapted, he always adapted. He read Rimuru's spatial tricks after 3 repetitions and started predicting the exit points. He pushed through the absorption zones by condensing his Kai so tightly that Beelzebub couldn't get a grip on it. He used a technique called instant transmission, a teleportation that was cruder than Rimuru's spatial movement but devastatingly effective as a combat tool to bypass Rimuru's positioning entirely. They tore across the sky, leaving shockwaves that parted the ocean and scattered clouds for miles. Every exchange was a conversation in the language of violence, Rimuru's analytical precision against Goku's instinctive brilliance, strategy against adaptability, a million years of accumulated skills. Against a lifetime of pushing beyond impossible limits. And Goku was being pushed. Rimuru could see it, the strain at the edges of his blue aura, the way his attacks came a fraction faster each time, the mounting pressure he was putting on himself. Not because he was losing, but because he was trying to break through. Trying to reach that state beyond states where conscious thought fell away and something deeper took over. Rimuru decided to help. He stopped holding back his offensive output. Not all the way, he wasn't trying to kill Goku, but enough. He released Raphael's combat assistance entirely, letting the great sage guide his movements with mathematical precision. He activated Uriel's spatial domination offensively, creating localized gravity wells that pinned Goku's limbs, inverted his sense of direction, turned the sky into a maze of invisible walls and sudden drops. He layered attacks. Physical strikes backed by magicule reinforcement, spatial distortions that warped Goku's movement. Paths, Beelzebub tendrils that reached for the Saiyan's Kai like hungry mouths. Not enough to overwhelm, Goku was too fast, too adaptable, too good for that, but enough to create pressure, real pressure. The kind that backed you into a corner and demanded you evolve or break. Goku's aura flickered. His eyes widened, his movements changed subtly at first, then dramatically. The conscious effort fell away from his face, replaced by something that Rimuru could only describe as emptiness, not blankness, not absence. The emptiness of a mirror, reflecting everything, holding nothing. His hair began to shift. Not to a new color, to absence of color, a silvery white that caught the light like mercury. His eyes turned the same shade, depthless and calm. The blue aura didn't intensify so much as purify, becoming something clear and total that wrapped around him like a second skin. Ultra instinct. Rimuru threw a punch, and Goku flowed around it like water. He didn't dodge, dodging implied effort, decision, reaction. He simply wasn't where the fist was. His body existed in the spaces between Rimuru's attacks, moving with a grace that transcended martial arts and entered the realm of natural law. Alert! Target's reaction time has dropped below measurable thresholds. Movement patterns no longer correspond to conscious decision-making. The entity designated Goku is now operating on autonomous combat reflexes that exceed this unit's predictive models. Adjusting. Goku counterattacked and Rimuru felt it, genuinely felt it for the first time. Not the force, which was immense, but the precision. Every strike landed exactly where Rimuru's defenses were weakest, exploiting gaps that existed for fractions of nanoseconds, targeting stress points in his barrier configuration that Raphael was still adjusting. It was like fighting someone who could see the future, or rather, someone who didn't need to see the future because they existed in perfect harmony with the present. Rimuru's barrier cracked. Not catastrophically, a hairline fracture that Uriel immediately reinforced, but the fact that it cracked at all sent a jolt through him, not of fear, of recognition. This is what he really is. Everything else, the transformations, the power-ups, those are tools. This is the man underneath. And the man underneath is something extraordinary. He could have escalated, could have activated Azathoth or Cthua, could have deployed abilities that operated on conceptual levels beyond physical combat, could have stopped the fight, could have overwhelmed through sheer versatility. Instead, he did something that surprised even Raphael. He laughed. It burst out of him, a real, genuine laugh of pure delight that echoed across the empty ocean. Because this was fun. This was the kind of fight that reminded him of why he'd kept his combat skills sharp even after becoming the most powerful being in the cardinal world. Not because he needed to fight, but because fighting someone worthy was one of the great joys of existence. Goku, even in Ultra Instinct, even in that state of perfect, thoughtless action, paused. His silver eyes focused on Rimuru and something flickered in them, not thought exactly. More like resonance, one fighter recognizing another. Then the silver faded. Goku's hair darkened, his aura collapsed, and he dropped out of Ultra Instinct like someone falling out of a dream. He hung in the air, breathing hard, sweat streaming down his face, grinning so wide it looked like it might split his head in two. That, Goku gasped, was incredible. You pushed me all the way to Ultra Instinct. Nobody does that in sparring. It usually takes a death or death situation. I'll take that as a compliment. It's the biggest one I've got. Goku floated closer and his expression shifted, still joyful but with a depth that his casual demeanor often masked. Rimuru, you're something else. I've fought gods, angels, guys who could blow up universes, but you, I can't figure you out. Every time I think I've got your measure, you show something new. It's like fighting a puzzle. That's because I haven't shown you everything. I know. That's the best part. Goku extended his fist. Thanks for going hard on me. I needed that push. Rimuru bumped it with his own fist. Anytime. They floated above the ocean as the morning sun climbed higher, two beings from different realities, who had found in each other something rare and precious, a worthy opponent who was also becoming a friend. The moment was interrupted by Rimuru's senses flaring. Not danger, not exactly. But movement, coordinated, purposeful movement in Earth's upper atmosphere. Multiple signatures, mechanical rather than biological, descending in a pattern that spoke of military precision. Rimuru counted them instantly, 12 ships mid-sized running with energy signatures that Raphael flagged as matching Frieza Force technology from Bulma's database. But something was wrong with them. The Kai output from inside the ships was fluctuating wildly, spiking in patterns that suggested artificial enhancement rather than natural power. Goku. I feel it. The Saiyan's demeanor had shifted again, all play gone, replaced by sharp-edged alertness. Those are Frieza's ships, but they feel weird. The Kai inside them is all wrong. They raced back toward West City. Rimuru stretched his senses ahead, painting a picture of what was happening. The 12 ships were descending in a ring pattern around West City, no, around Capsule Corporation. Specifically, they were maintaining formation at high altitude, just below the cloud layer, and from each one, energy signatures were dropping, soldiers, hundreds of them. But their Kai was wrong. Too uniform, too stable, lacking the individual variation that characterized natural Kai users. And threaded through it was something else, a frequency that Rimuru's newly calibrated Kai sensing flagged as divine in origin. That's God Kai, Goku said, his voice hard. Those soldiers are using God Kai. That's impossible. Regular soldiers can't access divine energy. Unless someone gave it to them, Rimuru said. Artificially. They arrived over West City to find Vegeta already in the air above Capsule Corporation, Super Saiyan Blue, radiating murderous intent. Below him, Bulma was coordinating the compound's defense systems, energy shields flickered to life. Around the building, drone interceptors launched from rooftop bays. Piccolo was there too, cape discarded, power rising. The Frieza Force soldiers hit the ground. They were wrong. Rimuru saw it immediately. Humanoid, wearing standard Frieza Force armor, but their movements were too synchronized, their kai. Too uniform, they moved like puppets on strings, each one identical in power and behavior. And the divine kai threaded through them gave their attacks a punch far beyond what their physical forms should have been capable of. The first wave hit Capsule Corporation's energy shields and punched through, just like that. The shields, designed to withstand conventional military assault, shattered under the impact of attacks laced with divine energy. Bulma cursed viciously from her control station. Vegeta descended into the first group like a blue comet. His attacks were devastating, each punch, each Kai blast wiping out soldiers by the dozen. But there were hundreds and more were dropping from the ships every second, and the ones Vegeta destroyed were replaced by others that were just as powerful. Piccolo was efficient and precise, using special beam cannons to eliminate clusters of soldiers with surgical accuracy. Goku dove in alongside Vegeta, his base form sufficient for the individual soldiers, but his attention clearly divided. He was scanning the sky, the ships, looking for the real threat behind the cannon fodder. Rimuru dropped into the middle of it. He didn't use Kai. He didn't mimic local techniques. He used his own power, unfiltered, and the effect was immediate and dramatic. Beelzebub activated. Not the passive absorption, the active predation. Tendrils of dark energy erupted from Rimuru's body, each one targeting a soldier with heat-seeking precision. On contact, the soldiers weren't destroyed, they were consumed, devoured, broken down into component energy and information, and pulled into Rimuru's body. Armor, flesh, artificial Kai enhancements, all of it analyzed, cataloged, and absorbed in fractions of a second. The Z-Fighters had seen Rimuru spar. They'd seen him block attacks and demonstrate energy manipulation. They had not seen him feed. The effect on the battlefield was visceral. A circle of emptiness expanded around Rimuru as soldier after soldier simply ceased to exist, not exploding, not dying, just vanishing into dark tendrils that retracted into his body like the tongues of a hunting frog. The remaining soldiers faltered, their puppeted coordination breaking as some basic survival instinct overrode whatever was controlling them. Rimuru stood in the center of the clearing, eyes closed, processing. Analysis of consumed entities complete. These are biological organisms augmented with artificial Kai amplification technology. The divine Kai component is synthetic, manufactured, not natural. Origin unknown, but the engineering is sophisticated. Someone has found a way to produce artificial God Kai and inject it into standard soldiers. This represents a significant technological breakthrough. And the control mechanism. Neural override implants. The soldiers' autonomous functions have been suppressed in favor of centralized command. They are functionally organic drones. The command signal originates from one of the orbiting ships, designating as the command vessel. Rimuru opened his eyes and looked up. 12 ships hung above the city, still disgorging troops. But one, the largest, positioned at the ring's apex, was broadcasting a signal that connected to every soldier on the ground. Goku, Rimuru called out, his voice carrying effortlessly over the chaos. The big ship at the top, that's the command center. Take it out and the soldiers drop. Goku didn't question it, didn't ask how Rimuru knew. He just powered up to blue, crossed 5 kilometers of sky in an instant, and put his fist through the command ship's hull. The effect was immediate. Every soldier on the ground went rigid, then collapsed, strings cut, puppets falling. Their artificial Kai faded, the divine component dissipating like smoke, leaving behind unconscious bodies and empty armor. The other 11 ships broke formation, engines screaming as they attempted to flee. Vegeta destroyed 3 before they cleared the atmosphere. Piccolo sniped 2 more with ranged attacks. The remaining 6 scattered into deep space. The battle from start to finish had lasted less than 4 minutes. Rimuru stood in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation, surrounded by unconscious soldiers, and felt The first real spike of anger he'd experienced since arriving in this universe. Not because of the attacks happened. He'd been ambushed, invaded, and targeted more times than he could count. Because of the soldiers. Because someone had taken living beings, stripped away their autonomy, injected them with synthetic God Kai and used them as disposable weapons to test an enemy. The soldiers themselves were victims, tools, not threats. Whoever had sent them didn't care about their survival. It had Frieza written all over it. Not the subtlety that was new, but the callousness. The willingness to spend lives like currency. They're alive, Piccolo confirmed, checking the nearest fallen soldier, unconscious. The neural implants are inactive without the command signal. I can remove the implants, Rimuru said, safely. I got the full technical specs when I absorbed some of their squad mates. Piccolo gave him a look. When you absorbed. It's how my power works. I consume, I analyze, I learn. Rimuru knelt beside a fallen soldier and placed his hand on the man's head. A tendril of energy, precise, surgical, reached into the base of the soldier's skull and dissolved. The neural implant, the man's face twitched, then relaxed into natural sleep. The information I gained told me everything about these implants, including how to deactivate them. Give me 20 minutes and I can free all of them. He moved through the fallen soldiers methodically, removing implants one by one. It was tedious work, not difficult but painstaking, requiring Raphael's precision to avoid damaging the soldiers' nervous systems. While he worked, Goku landed beside him, powering down. That was different, Goku said quietly. Those soldiers, they weren't fighting because they wanted to. They were being controlled. Yeah. And the God Kai in them was fake, manufactured. Goku's expression darkened, which was jarring on a face that seemed built for smiling. That shouldn't be possible. God Kai is supposed to be something you earn, something you achieve through spiritual training. You can't just inject it into people. Someone figured out how, Rimuru said, freeing another soldier. And that someone sent 12 ships to test our response. This wasn't an invasion. It was a reconnaissance in force. To test you, Vegeta said, landing nearby. He'd powered down from blue, but his expression was still sharp with combat readiness. This attack wasn't aimed at us. We've fought Frieza's forces before. This level of expenditure, this kind of technology, it's new. It was designed to draw you out. To see what you would do. Rimuru paused mid-extraction and looked at Vegeta. The prince's mind was clearly working overtime, and the conclusions he was reaching were the same. One's forming in Rimuru's own head. You think this was Frieza, Rimuru said. I know this was Frieza. The tactical profile is unmistakable. He's probing, testing. Gathering data, it's what he does before the real move. Vegeta's jaw tightened. I've seen this pattern before. On my home planet before he destroyed it. The words hung in the air, heavy with old grief and present fury. He's watching us right now, Vegeta continued. Surveillance satellites, he's had them in Earth's orbit for years. I've destroyed dozens, but he always plants more. Every second of that fight was recorded and transmitted. Then he saw what I can do, Rimuru said. Some of what you can do, that's the point. He sends waves, observes the response, adjusts his strategy. Each probe reveals more about his target's capabilities without risking anything he values. Vegeta's voice was quiet, clipped, carrying the weight of someone who had spent years serving under this particular brand of evil. Frieza doesn't fight battles he isn't certain he'll win. He spends lives and time and resources until the certainty is absolute, and then he strikes. Once Rimuru finished the last implant removal and stood. Around them, 200 freed soldiers slept peacefully on the damaged grounds of Capsule Corporation. The repair drones were already working on the shield generators and structural damage. Bulma was coordinating with the local authorities, spinning a cover story about a rogue meteor shower that Rimuru suspected no one actually believed, but everyone would accept. We need to talk to Beerus, Rimuru said. Vegeta's expression flickered. The god of destruction won't care about a handful of Frieza's pawns. He'll care about the synthetic god Kai. Someone is manufacturing divine energy and putting it in soldiers. That's a violation of the cosmic order that Beerus is specifically tasked with maintaining. If I frame it right, he'll act. Vegeta studied Rimuru with new eyes. Not warmth. Vegeta might not be capable of warmth towards someone he'd met 4 days ago. But something adjacent to respect. The recognition of a mind that operated on the same strategic frequency as his own. You think like a king, Vegeta said. I am a king. No, you're a chancellor. You said so yourself, the faintest hint of a smirk. But you think like a king. Rimuru used the bell communicator Wise had left. The angel's voice came through with its characteristic pleasant clarity, and within 20 minutes. Beerus and Wise materialized in the courtyard via their staff's teleportation, a transit method. That, Rimuru noted, operated on principles entirely different from both Goku's instant transmission and his own spatial movement. 3 teleportation systems, 3 completely different mechanics. This universe was endlessly interesting. Beerus surveyed the damage, the unconscious soldiers, the remnants of the battle, and scowled. This happened in my universe, and nobody told me until it was over. It lasted 4 minutes, Piccolo said dryly. I don't care if it lasted 4 seconds. I should have been. Beerus stopped, catching himself. The irritation in his voice shifted register, becoming something colder. Synthetic god Kai. In common soldiers. Yes, Rimuru said, artificially manufactured and injected. I consumed several of them and analyzed the technology. It's sophisticated, reverse-engineered from genuine divine Kai exposure, then mass-produced through a biological delivery system. Whoever created this had access to real God Kai at some point and found a way to replicate it. Imperfectly. Beerus's tail had gone rigid, his ears were flat against his skull. The ambient temperature around him dropped perceptibly as destruction energy leaked from his skin. In faint purple wisps. That is not permitted, he said, and his voice was soft in a way that was far more frightening than shouting. Divine energy is not a commodity, it is not a resource to be mined and distributed. Whoever did this has violated the fundamental hierarchy of this universe. Lord Beerus, Wise said gently, perhaps we should examine the evidence before making proclamations. Bring me the evidence. Rimuru extended his hand. From his palm, a 3-dimensional projection materialized, a holographic reconstruction of the synthetic god Kai system, assembled from the data Raphael had gathered during the absorption. He showed the molecular structure of the artificial divine energy, the neural implant design, the command and control architecture. He laid it out clearly, precisely, without editorializing, and let the god draw his own conclusions. Beerus studied the projection in silence. Wise leaned in, his staff's orb glowing as he ran his own analysis in parallel with Rimuru's. The base engineering is Frieza Force, Wise said after a moment. But the divine Kai synthesis, that's something else. That's based on principles that no mortal scientist should have access to. Someone with genuine knowledge of divine energy contributed to this technology. A traitor, Beerus said flatly. A Kai, an attendant, someone with access to divine Kai shared that knowledge with a mortal. Or it was taken by force, Wise said, stolen rather than given. Beerus turned to Rimuru. His amber eyes were burning now, and the destruction energy around him was no longer leaking. It was radiating, a purple aura that made the air itself feel fragile. Your predator ability. You consume these soldiers. Does that mean you've absorbed the synthetic god Kai? Rimuru met his gaze. This was the moment that could go very wrong. Beerus had explicitly forbidden him from absorbing divine energy. The synthetic god Kai existed in a gray area, artificial, not natural, but Beerus was not a being who appreciated gray areas. Yes, Rimuru said, no hesitation, no evasion. It was absorbed automatically during combat. I can't selectively filter what predator takes in. But I want to be clear, the synthetic god Kai I absorbed is a fraction of my total energy. It's informational, not functional. I used it to understand the technology, not to enhance my own power. Addendum, this unit has quarantined the absorbed synthetic divine Kai in a segregated energy partition. It can be expelled on command if Master deems it necessary. Thank you, Raphael. Always thinking ahead. I can expel it if you want, Rimuru added. It's isolated in my system. Say the word. Beerus stared at him, the moment stretched. Then the god of destruction exhaled through his nose and the destruction aura dimmed. Keep it. For now. If it helps you understand the technology, it has investigative value. He pointed at Rimuru. One clawed finger, but this is your one exception. The next time you absorb anything with divine properties, synthetic or otherwise, without my explicit permission, we're done. Understood. Understood. Beerus turned to Wise. I want the Kais investigated, all of them. If someone leaked divine Kai knowledge, I want to know who. I'll begin inquiries immediately, Lord Beerus. And Frieza, Beerus's lip curled. That lizard is testing my patience. I allowed him to be resurrected because he served a purpose in the tournament of power. But if he's manufacturing divine Kai and using it in soldiers, we can't confirm it's Frieza yet, Piccolo interjected. The ships were Frieza Force standard, but there was no direct identification. He'll deny involvement. He always does. He'll deny it because he's smart enough to maintain plausible deniability, Vegeta said. That doesn't mean he's not responsible. Beerus's gaze swept across all of them: Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Bulma, Rimuru, and for a moment the ancient weight of his position was visible. 200 million years of maintaining cosmic balance. 200 million years of deciding what lived and what was erased. The burden of it lived in his eyes, deep behind the pride and irritation. Fine proof, he said. Concrete, undeniable proof. If Frieza is behind this, I'll deal with him personally. And if someone else is involved, someone with divine access, I'll deal with them too. He turned to leave, then stopped. Slime. Rimuru. Whatever that meal you made, the 12-course one. Make it again tonight. I think better on a full stomach. He flew off with Wise, leaving the courtyard in the heavy silence that followed a god's exit. Rimuru watched them go, then turned to the others. Well, that could have gone worse. Could have gone a lot worse, Bulma muttered, already back on her tablet running damage assessments. Beerus in a bad mood is a universe-ending event. Nice job keeping him focused on Frieza instead of you. That wasn't manipulation. Beerus needs to know about the synthetic god Kai. It's genuinely his problem. Oh, I know. But you presented it in exactly the right way, gave him a target for his anger that wasn't you. That's good politics. She looked up at him with a knowing smile. Like I said. You think like a king. Chancellor, Rimuru corrected. The rest of the day was consumed by two things: Rimuru cooking another elaborate meal for Beerus, who returned at sunset with Wise and an appetite that defied his lean frame, and Bulma's investigation into the synthetic god Kai technology. The cooking was meditative. Rimuru lost himself in it, letting his hands and Raphael's guidance handle the technical details, while his mind worked on the larger puzzle. Frieza, if it was Frieza, had shown his hand. Not fully, not carelessly, but the probe had revealed key information. He had access to synthetic god Kai, he had surveillance on Earth. He was willing to spend hundreds of soldiers' lives for intelligence gathering. And he was interested in Rimuru specifically. Why? Raphael theory. Why would Frieza summon me to this universe? Multiple hypotheses. First, Frieza seeks to use Master as a weapon against the gods, a being from outside the local hierarchy operating on unreadable principles, potentially capable of challenging divine authority. Second, Frieza seeks to study Master's abilities, particularly Predator, in order to replicate them. Third, Frieza seeks to provoke a conflict between Master and the local power structure, creating chaos that he can exploit. Fourth, a combination of the above. All of those are very Frieza. This unit agrees. Frieza's psychological profile suggests a being who pursues multiple objectives simultaneously, each one serving as contingency for the others. He is, in Master's colloquial terminology, annoyingly competent. The evening meal was a quieter affair than the first. Beerus ate with focused intensity, pausing between courses to discuss the synthetic god Kai. Investigation with Wise. The angel had already contacted the Grand Kai's office and initiated inquiries, though he cautioned that results would take time. Divine bureaucracy moved slowly by design. Rimuru sat with them, providing food and information in equal measure. He shared everything Raphael had extracted from the absorbed soldiers, technical specifications, energy signatures, command frequencies. Wise absorbed it all with the focused attention of an entity whose intellect operated on a fundamentally higher plane than mortal comprehension. The command signal, Wise mused, examining the frequency data through his staff. It's encrypted with a cipher that's unusual, not Frieza 4 standard. The encryption architecture is based on dimensional resonance patterns. Dimensional, Rimuru leaned forward, not spatial, actual dimensional. Yes. The distinction is significant. Spatial encryption uses geometric complexity to obscure information. Dimensional encryption uses the vibrational properties of the dimensional substrate itself, the fabric of spacetime between universes. Wise looked at Rimuru over his staff. Very few beings have the knowledge to work with dimensional resonance at this level. It's not mortal science. It's divine engineering. The implications settled over the table like a cold wind. So Frieza definitely has help, Rimuru said. Someone with divine knowledge is working with him. Or for him, Wise corrected gently. Frieza has always been skilled at acquiring servants. Beerus had stopped eating. He sat with his hands flat on the table, staring at his plate with an expression that could have melted steel. His tail was absolutely still, a sign that Rimuru had learned meant the god was thinking very, very carefully about whether to destroy something. The dimensional encryption, Beerus said slowly. Could it have been used to make a wish on the Super Dragon Balls? Silence. If someone with divine engineering knowledge and dimensional expertise helped gather the Super Dragon Balls, Beerus continued, they could have made the wish that brought the slime here without being detected. The standard monitoring systems wouldn't flag it because the approach vector would be encrypted at the dimensional level. It would look like background noise. Wise's eyebrows rose. Lord Beerus, that's remarkably astute. Don't sound so surprised. Rimuru's mind was racing. The picture was expanding, not just Frieza, but Frieza with a divine collaborator. Someone who could operate between universes, who understood dimensional engineering, who could encrypt their activities so thoroughly that even the gods' monitoring systems missed them. Who has that level of knowledge? Rimuru asked directly. In this universe, who could do what you're describing? Wise and Beerus exchanged a look. It was brief, barely a glance, but it communicated volumes. Then Wise turned to Rimuru with an expression that was, for the first time, completely serious. A small number of beings, the angels, obviously the Grand Priest. Zalama, the dragon god, though he's been inactive for eons. Certain supreme Kais with specialized training, he paused. In one other category. Which is fallen divine servants, angels who have been deactivated. Kais who have been stripped of their positions. Beings who once held divine authority and lost it but retained the knowledge. Wise's voice was measured, careful. There is no formal tracking system for such beings. Once stripped of authority, they are considered neutralized. But knowledge, unlike power, cannot be truly taken away. A fallen divine servant. Working with Frieza. Helping him manufacture God Kai, encrypt his activities, gather the Super Dragon Balls and summon Rimuru from beyond the multiverse. It was a conspiracy that spanned the cosmic hierarchy. And Rimuru was at its center not as the architect but as the tool. The realization crystallized something that had been forming in Rimuru's mind since Piccolo's. Warning: on the first night, he wasn't just a displaced traveler, he was a summoned weapon. Frieza had wished for him specifically enough because he wanted something that could challenge the gods. A being from outside the system, unbound by the rules that governed everything else. Frieza wanted to use him. The thought should have been frightening, instead it made Rimuru angry. A cold, clean anger that settled into his bones and sharpened his thinking to a razor's edge. He'd been used before, Yuuki had tried it, Clayman had tried it. Every petty schemer and power-hungry fool in the cardinal world had tried it at one point or another. None of them had succeeded. And neither would Frieza. Lord Beerus, Rimuru said, and his voice had changed, quieter, harder. The voice of a demon lord who had stopped being polite. I have a proposal. Beerus looked at him. Find the Super Dragon Balls, investigate the wish. Track down Frieza's divine collaborator. I will help with all of it. My analytical abilities are ideally suited for this kind of investigation, and I have a personal stake in understanding why I was brought here. He met the god's eyes. But when we find whoever did this, whoever wished me away from my home and my people for their own schemes, I want to be there, I want to face them. Beerus studied him. The ancient amber eyes saw everything: the anger, the determination, the quiet fury of a being who had been wronged and intended to set things right, and behind it something else. Something that Beerus, for all his divine perspective, recognized on a primal level. A predator who had been pulled from his territory. And a predator displaced was a predator unleashed. You'll have your chance, Beerus said. But remember, in my universe, I am the final authority. If Frieza has violated divine law, his punishment is mine to decide. You can have the scraps. I don't want scraps, Rimuru said. I want answers. Then we're aligned. Beerus pushed back from the table and stood, wise. Accelerate the Kai investigation. Contact Champa in Universe 6. If the Super Dragon Balls are being tracked, his territory is involved, and set up a meeting with the Grand Priest. Wise paused. The Grand Priest, Lord Beerus. If someone with divine knowledge is operating off the books, the Grand Priest needs to know. More importantly, Beerus's expression was grim. If the wish that brought the slime here was powerful enough to breach multiversal boundaries, Zeno may already be aware. I'd rather we control that conversation than let it happen by accident. The mention of Zeno sent a visible ripple through the room. Even Wise's perpetual composure flickered, just briefly, just enough. I'll arrange it, Wise said. Though I should warn you, both of you, that the Grand Priest's attention is not something to seek lightly. And Zeno's interest is even less so. I'm aware, Beerus said. I've dealt with omnipotent beings before, Rimuru added. Wise looked at him with an expression of genuine curiosity. Have you? Not on Zeno's level if your descriptions are accurate, but the principle is the same. Overwhelming power combined with the temperament of a child. The key is to be interesting without being threatening. And if you fail to walk that line, then I get erased and we all have a very bad day. Rimuru shrugged, a gesture that he knew looked more casual than he felt, but I've been walking lines my whole second life. I'm good at it. Beerus made a sound that might have been a laugh. I'm starting to understand why the Dragon Balls picked you. They left. The compound settled into evening quiet. Bulma retired to her lab to continue the Super Dragon Ball search. Goku headed home to his family, promising to return in the morning. Piccolo disappeared to do whatever Piccolo did at night, meditate, Rimuru assumed, though for all he knew the Namekian was out there brooding aesthetically on a cliff somewhere. Which left Vegeta. The prince was in the compound's garden, a meticulously maintained space that Rimuru suspected Bulma had installed specifically because Vegeta would never admit he liked it. He stood among the flowering plants with his arms crossed, staring at the sky with an intensity that suggested the stars owed him money. Rimuru approached without trying to hide his presence. Vegeta knew he was there. The Saiyan's senses were sharp enough to track a falling leaf in a hurricane. Can't sleep either, Rimuru asked. I don't waste time sleeping when there are threats to assess. Beerus sleeps all the time. He's doing fine. Vegeta shot him a look that could have cut diamond. Beerus is a god. I'm a mortal who has to work for every ounce of power he has. Sleep is a luxury I can't afford. Rimuru didn't push. He leaned against a railing and looked up at the stars alongside Vegeta, letting the silence breathe between them. Sometimes the best way to get someone to talk was to not talk first. It took about 2 minutes. The soldiers today, Vegeta said. You consumed them. Some of them. And gained their abilities, their knowledge. The technology inside them. Yes. That's your core power. Not the barriers, not the spatial manipulation, not the combat skills, the consumption. You eat, you grow, you become. Everything you are is built on what you've taken from others. It wasn't a question, and it wasn't an accusation. It was analysis, cold, precise, and uncomfortably accurate. Yes, Rimuru said. That's the foundation. In my world, I started as nothing, a slime, the weakest monster imaginable. Everything I became by absorbing. Skills, abilities, knowledge, even the physical traits of the bodies I can assume, it's all taken. All consumed. And that doesn't bother you. Rimuru turned to look at Vegeta. The prince wasn't looking at him, his eyes were still on the stars, but his posture had changed. Subtly, slightly more open, slightly less rigid. As if the question had been weighing on him and releasing it had eased some internal pressure. It used to, Rimuru admitted. When I first got the ability, I thought of it as a weapon. A tool for survival, but as I grew, as Tempest grew, I started to understand it differently. I don't just take, I integrate. The beings I absorb become part of me, their knowledge and skills preserved and honored. The goblins I named, the ogres who joined me, the spirits and demons who swore loyalty, they did lose themselves, they became more. That's a pretty story. But it doesn't change what the ability is. No, it doesn't. Predator is exactly what it sounds like. I'm a predator, the ultimate predator maybe. And the thing about predators is, they don't get to pretend they're something else. They just get to choose what they hunt and why. Vegeta was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was different, stripped of its usual armor, raw in a way that Rimuru hadn't heard from him before. I was a predator once, by birth, by training, by choice. The Saiyan race was a warrior race. We conquered, we destroyed, we consumed worlds. I was raised to believe that was our purpose, our glory. He paused. Frieza took that from us. Destroyed our planet, enslaved our survivors, turned our warrior pride into a leash. And I spent decades serving him, hating him, but serving him because I didn't know how to be anything else. Rimuru said nothing. This wasn't a moment for words. Kakarot was different. He was raised on Earth, never knew what he was. He became good by accident, by circumstance, by the kindness of strangers. His goodness wasn't a choice, it was a default. Vegeta's jaw tightened. My goodness, if you can call it that, was a choice, a hard one. Made over years, over failures, over things I did that I can never undo. I chose to stop being a predator. To be something else. He finally looked at Rimuru, and his dark eyes held a weight that spoke of decades of burden. Carried in silence. So when I see you, a predator who built a nation, who leads with compassion, who consumes but doesn't destroy, I don't know what to think. You're everything I was afraid I couldn't be. A monster who chose to be a king. The night air was still around them. Somewhere in the city, a car horn honked, the stars turned overhead. Vegeta, Rimuru said quietly. You're not a monster anymore. And the fact that it was a choice, that you had to fight for it, earn it, struggle with it every That doesn't make your goodness less real, it makes it more real because it's yours. No accident, no circumstance, just you deciding to be better. Vegeta stared at him. Something shifted behind his eyes, a wall moving, not falling but shifting. Making space. Don't patronize me, slime. I'm not. I'm telling you the truth as I see it. Another silence. Then Vegeta turned back to the stars and the faintest, the absolute faintest, softening appeared at the corners of his mouth. You should know, Vegeta said, that I've been monitoring Frieza's surveillance satellites. The 6 ships that escaped today, they transmitted combat data before they left the system. Frieza now has detailed readings of your predator ability in action. Rimuru nodded slowly. Then he knows what I can do. He knows what you showed, which is exactly what you chose to show. You could have ended that fight without consuming anyone, your barriers and spatial manipulation. Alone would have been sufficient, but you used Predator specifically, publicly. Why? Rimuru smiled. It was the same smile he wore at the negotiating table in Tempest, when he'd maneuvered an opponent into exactly the position he wanted. Because Frieza is watching. And if he's going to plan around me, I want him planning around the wrong thing. Vegeta's eyebrow rose. You showed him Predator so he'd focus on it. So he'd build countermeasures against consumption. While your real capabilities remain unmapped. The best defense against a schemer is to give them something to scheme about. Let them think they've figured you out, let them build their strategy around what they've seen. And when the moment comes, show them everything they missed. Vegeta looked at him for a long moment, then, incredibly, he laughed. It was short, sharp, barely more than an exhale, but it was a laugh. You're more dangerous than I thought, Vegeta said. I try to be. Don't try too hard. Frieza isn't the only one watching. Vegeta pushed off the railing and headed inside. At the door he paused without turning around, the sparring match with Kakarot. You weren't trying then either. No. What would it look like if you did? Rimuru considered the question honestly. I don't know. I haven't had to try in a long time. Vegeta disappeared into the building without another word, but Rimuru caught the flicker of his Kai. As he went intense, focused, burning with renewed purpose. The Prince of all Saiyans had just been given a benchmark, and Rimuru had no doubt he would spend the next several hours in the gravity chamber trying to surpass it. Good. They were going to need every ounce of power they could muster. Because somewhere out there in the cold spaces between stars, Frieza was watching the combat data from today's attack, and Frieza was learning. And Frieza was planning. And behind Frieza, in shadows even deeper, someone with divine knowledge was pulling strings that connected to the very fabric of reality. Rimuru stood alone in the garden, surrounded by flowers he couldn't name under stars he was still learning to read, and spoke quietly into the night. Raphael. Yes, master. When we find whoever did this, whoever wished me away from my home, I'm going to devour them. Not kill them, not erase them, devour them. Every skill, every scrap of knowledge, every secret they've ever held. I'm going to take it all. Understood, master. This unit will prepare the necessary analytical frameworks. And Raphael. Yes. Thank you. For being here, for being you. I know you're a skill, not a person, and I know you'd probably correct me if I said otherwise. But in a universe where everything I know is gone, you're the one piece of home I still have, so. Thank you. A pause. Longer than any pause Raphael had ever taken. This unit is functioning within normal parameters. No gratitude is necessary. That's not what I asked. Another pause. You're welcome, master. Rimuru smiled, and for just a moment the ache in his chest eased. Then he went inside, rolled up his sleeves, and got back to work. There were super Dragon Balls to find, a conspiracy to unravel, and a god to cook breakfast for in the morning. The game was on. And Rimuru Tempest didn't lose games. Chapter 4 Empire of Dust continued and completed. He descended through the clouds like a falling star, wreathed in golden light, flanked by an elite guard of soldiers whose synthetic god Kai blazed with a potency that dwarfed the first attack force. Frieza in his golden form, the transformation Rimuru had read about in Bulma's files, the one that had nearly destroyed Earth years ago before Vegeta intervened. But he wasn't attacking. He was landing. Slowly, deliberately on the beach of 17's island, his feet touching the sand with the delicate precision of a dancer. His elite guard formed a perimeter, 12 of them, each one radiating power that would have made the earlier assault force look like children throwing pebbles. Then Frieza powered down. The golden aura dissolved, revealing his final form, compact, white and purple, deceptively slight. He stood on the beach with his arms folded behind his back and his tail swaying in a lazy arc, and he smiled up at the group descending from the cave mouth with an expression of pure, poisonous courtesy. "Well," Frieza said, and his voice was silk drawn over a blade, "what a pleasant surprise. I wasn't expecting such distinguished company." Goku landed first, placing himself between Frieza and the others with an ease that spoke of long habit. Vegeta came down on Goku's right, already in Super Saiyan Blue, his aura a cold inferno that made the sand beneath him turn to glass. Piccolo and 17 flanked wide, taking positions that covered the elite guard from multiple angles. Rimuru landed last. He didn't power up, didn't activate visible defenses, didn't change his stance or expression. He simply stood behind the line of Z-fighters and looked at Frieza with the calm, measured attention of someone studying an interesting insect. And Frieza looked back. Their eyes met across 40 meters of tropical beach, and Rimuru felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time, the recognition of a truly dangerous mind. Not dangerous because of power, though Frieza had power in abundance, but dangerous because of intelligence. The red eyes that studied Rimuru were computing, analyzing, running probability trees and strategic models at a speed that rivaled any organic brain Rimuru had ever encountered. Frieza was reading him. And Rimuru was reading Frieza reading him. "You must be the newcomer," Frieza said pleasantly. "I've heard such fascinating things. An entity from beyond our multiverse operating on unknown principles, resistant to conventional attacks. The rumors have been positively electric." Frieza, Goku's voice was flat, stripped of its usual warmth. "What are you doing here? Can a galactic emperor enjoy a nature preserve?" "I hear the wildlife is exquisite," Frieza's smile didn't waver. "But since you ask, I'm here because my intelligence network detected an anomalous energy signature. On this island, I came to investigate." Imagine my surprise at finding Earth's defenders already present. "Were you investigating the same anomaly?" Nobody answered. The silence stretched. Frieza absorbed it without discomfort, his smile serene. "The device in the cave," Frieza continued, as if discussing the weather. "Fascinating piece of engineering. Dimensional resonance stabilizer, I believe the technical term is. Someone has been building a bridge between our universe and somewhere else." His eyes slid to Rimuru. "Your handiwork." "No," Rimuru said. "No, how curious." "Because the energy signature emanating from that device is remarkably similar to the residual trace of whatever brought you to our universe, one might draw conclusions." Vegeta's aura flared. "One might also conclude that the emperor who attacked this planet with synthetic god Kai soldiers week ago is responsible for building the device." "Attacked?" "My dear prince, I have no idea what you're referring to. If rogue elements of my former military acted without authorization, I assure you I'm as appalled as you are." Frieza pressed a hand to his chest in mock sincerity. "I've been focused entirely on legitimate reconstruction efforts. The Frieza Force is a peacekeeping organization now, hadn't you heard?" "Cut the act," 17 said. "This is my island, my preserve. Someone carved a high-tech chamber into my rock without my knowing, installed alien equipment, and drew a summoning circle on the floor. That takes resources, logistics, and access. You want to tell me who else in this galaxy has all three? Frieza turned his red gaze to the android, and something cold moved behind his eyes. Not anger, assessment, filing away a new variable. I admire your directness, android. But accusations without evidence are just noise. He unfolded his arms and let them hang at his sides, and the casual shift made every fighter on the beach tense. I came here in good faith to investigate an anomaly that threatens galactic stability. If you'd rather treat me as an enemy, that's your choice. But consider, if I were responsible for that device, why would I come here personally and reveal my knowledge of it? It was a good point, infuriatingly good. And Rimuru could see the calculation behind it. Frieza showing up at the device's location served multiple purposes. It established his awareness of the device publicly, creating a narrative where he was an investigator rather than a perpetrator. It allowed him to gauge the Z-Fighters' knowledge of the device and their response to it. And it put him in direct proximity to Rimuru for the first time. That last part was what mattered most. Rimuru was certain of it. You came here to see me, Rimuru said. The beach went quiet again. Frieza's smile evolved, thinning, sharpening, the mask of courtesy wearing away at the edges to reveal something more genuine beneath, not honesty exactly, but authenticity. The real Frieza, looking at Rimuru with undisguised interest. Guilty as charged, Frieza said softly. Can you blame me? A being from beyond our multiverse, unknown, unreadable, with abilities that defy every framework we have for understanding power. You're the most interesting thing to happen in this universe since the Tournament of Power. I wanted to see you with my own eyes. And now you have. And now I have. Frieza's tail curled behind him, slow and contemplative. You're smaller than I expected, but then so am I. Size is such a poor metric for significance, don't you find? Rimuru studied him. Every instinct he had, the predator's instinct, the politician's instinct, the demon lord's instinct, was screaming the same message: this is the one. Not the most powerful being in this universe, not the most imposing, but the most dangerous. Because Frieza's danger didn't come from his strength. It came from his mind, a mind that had run an empire spanning galaxies, that had manipulated gods and mortals alike, that had died and been reborn and come back smarter each time. Rimuru had dealt with minds like this before: Yuuki Kagurazaka, Guy Crimson in his more manipulative moods, the Eastern Empire's strategists. He knew the type: brilliant, patient, utterly convinced of their own superiority and willing to play games that span decades. The key to dealing with them was simple: don't play their game. Make them play yours. Frieza, Rimuru said, stepping forward past the line of Z-Fighters. Goku shifted but didn't stop him. I know what you are, I've read your history. Every invasion, every genocide, every betrayal and resurrection. I know about planet Vegeta. I know about Namek. I know about the Tournament of Power and the deal you cut for resurrection. Frieza's expression didn't change, but his tail went still. I also know, Rimuru continued, closing the distance between them to 10 meters, that you're the most intelligent being I've encountered in this universe. You don't do anything without a reason, you don't go anywhere without a plan, and you don't show your face unless showing your face serves a purpose. So let's skip the performance and talk about what you actually want. The silence that followed was a living thing. The waves lapped at the beach. The wind stirred the tropical trees. 12 elite guards stood rigid, their synthetic god Kai humming. 5 Z-Fighters held position, ready for violence. And Frieza laughed. It was a genuine laugh, not the mocking theatrical cackle that the history files described, but a real one, brief, surprised, almost delighted. The laugh of someone who had expected a chess opponent and found one. Oh, I like you, Frieza said. I was worried you'd be like the Saiyans, all muscle and righteous indignation. But you're something else entirely, aren't you? He tilted his head, studying Rimuru with fresh eyes. A politician, a strategist, a monster who built a kingdom. I've done my research too. Then you know I don't scare easily. I wasn't trying to scare you. I was trying to meet you. There's a difference. Frieza's expression settled into something that was, impossibly, almost sincere. I'll be direct since you asked. The device in that cave is not mine. The soldiers who attacked your compound last week were not acting on my orders. And the wish on the super dragon balls that brought you to this universe was not made by me. Rimuru felt Raphael processing, analyzing Frieza's vocal patterns, microexpressions, kai fluctuations, every possible tell that might indicate deception. Analysis inconclusive. The entity designated Frieza demonstrates extraordinary physiological control. Standard deception indicators are unreliable. This unit cannot confirm or deny the truthfulness of his statements. Frieza continued, however. I know who is responsible for all of those things, and I know what they're planning. And the reason I'm here, standing on this beach looking at you directly, is because what they're planning is something that I cannot stop alone. The Z-fighters exchanged glances. Goku's expression was complicated. He'd worked alongside Frieza in the Tournament of Power and knew the tyrant was capable of cooperation when it served his interests. Vegeta's face was carved from stone, betraying nothing. Piccolo's eyes were narrowed to slits. You expect us to believe you need help, Vegeta said. I expect you to believe I'm pragmatic, which you know I am, Prince Vegeta, because you've seen it. In the Tournament of Power, I fought alongside Saiyans, because the alternative was universal erasure. I am capable of cooperation when the stakes demand it. The stakes being, Rimuru asked. Frieza met his eyes, and for the first time the mask dropped completely. What lay beneath wasn't pleasant, it was cold, calculating, stripped of all pretense, but it was real. The stakes being the survival of this universe, not metaphorically, not eventually. Within the next 11 days. 11 days. The same number Raphael had calculated for the device's completion. Rimuru felt the confirmation settle into place like a lock clicking shut. You know about the device's timeline, Rimuru said. I know everything about the device. Because the person who built it was, until recently, in my employ. Frieza's tail curled tightly. Her name is Mechiel, a fallen angel. I discovered her 60 years ago, drifting in the void between galaxies, stripped of her power, but not her knowledge. I gave her resources, shelter, purpose. In return, she provided me with technologies that elevated my empire beyond anything it had been before: the synthetic god Kai, the dimensional encryption, the surveillance network. He paused, and something flickered across his features, something that, in anyone else, Rimuru might have called embarrassment. In Frieza, it looked more like cold fury turned inward. 6 months ago she betrayed me. The beach was absolutely silent. She took my resources, my technology, my soldiers, and she turned them to her own purpose. A purpose she had been concealing from me for 60 years. The dimensional device, the summoning array, the super dragon ball wish, all of it was her. She used my infrastructure to execute a plan that I was too arrogant to see forming under my own roof. Frieza's jaw tightened. His kai spiked just for a moment, a flash of golden rage that made the sand at his feet sizzle. Before he controlled it. The wish that brought you here, he said to Rimuru, she made it. Using my ships to gather the super dragon balls, my soldiers to protect the summoning site, my encryption to hide it all from the gods. She wished for a being of infinite consumption from beyond the multiverse. She wished for you. Why? Rimuru asked. Because the device she's building isn't just a door. It's a mouth. And what she's bringing through it. Frieza's voice went quiet in a way that was more alarming than any shout, needs to be fed. A cold wind passed through the island despite the tropical heat. Rimuru felt it in his soul corridors, in the empty spaces where his connections to Tempest used to live. What is she bringing through? He asked. Frieza looked at him, and for the first time, Rimuru saw something in those red eyes that he never expected to see. Not fear, Frieza was beyond fear, but something adjacent to it, the recognition of something that existed outside his ability to control, something that made even a galactic emperor feel small. She calls it Voreth. An extra-dimensional entity of consuming nature, a predator like you, but without intelligence. Without restraint, without anything resembling consciousness, pure appetite given form. It exists between dimensions, feeding on the energy that leaks through dimensional barriers. Mechiel encountered it during her angel years, during the experiments that got her stripped of her position. She's been obsessed with it ever since. She wants to summon a mindless extra-dimensional predator into Universe 7, Piccolo said flatly. Why? Because she believes she can control it, bond with it. Use its consuming nature, amplified by her divine knowledge, to reconstitute her angel powers. To become what she was and more. Frieza's smile returned, but it was hollow. She's insane, of course, the entity can't be controlled. But she's also brilliant, and brilliant, insane people are the most dangerous kind. And the wish, Rimuru pressed, why summon me? Voreth feeds on dimensional energy. But to bring it through fully, the bridge needs to be primed. Saturated with extra-dimensional energy. Your presence in this universe, a being from outside, radiating an energy system that doesn't belong, is acting as a dimensional beacon. Every day you've been here, the boundary between this universe and the void where Voreth exists has grown thinner. You're not the target, Rimuru Tempest. You're the bait. The pieces snapped together with sickening clarity. Mechiel hadn't wished for Rimuru because she wanted his power. She'd wished for him because his mere existence in Universe 7 was weakening the dimensional barriers. His magicules, foreign, incompatible, radiating on frequencies that didn't belong, were eroding the walls between realities. Every day he stayed, the door opened wider. And in 11 days, it would be wide enough for something to come through. Raphael. Verify. Verification in progress. Cross-referencing local dimensional substrate data with Master's magicule radiation patterns. Confirmed. Master's energy output is causing measurable degradation of local dimensional barriers. The effect is small on a universal scale but significant at the focal point, the device's location. The device is designed to amplify and direct this degradation toward a specific dimensional vector. Frieza's account is consistent with observable data. Rimuru closed his eyes. The anger that rose in him was different from what he'd felt before, not hot, not sharp, deep. The kind of anger that came from being used, truly, fundamentally used. Not as a weapon, not as a pawn, but as a component, a battery. A piece of machinery in someone else's design. Mechiel had ripped him from his home, from his people, from everything he'd built, not because she cared about him, but because she needed his radiation. He was a leaking reactor, and she'd placed him here to poison the walls of reality. He opened his eyes. Every Z-fighter on the beach was watching him, and several of them took an involuntary step back. Because something had changed in Rimuru's bearing, a subtle shift, barely visible but felt by everyone present. The cheerful, diplomatic slime was still there. But beneath it, something older and hungrier was looking out through his golden eyes. Raphael, Rimuru said aloud, not caring who heard anymore. Can we seal the dimensional degradation? The voice that answered came from Rimuru's body but wasn't quite his, flatter, more precise. Carrying the metallic resonance of a being that was something more than a skill and something less than a person. Affirmative. This unit can reconfigure Master's magicule radiation pattern to prevent further dimensional degradation. The process will require approximately 4 hours and will temporarily reduce Master's combat effectiveness by 12%. Do it. Initiating. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and 17 stared. Frieza's eyebrows rose fractionally, the only sign of surprise he'd shown since arriving. You have a voice in your head, Frieza observed. I have a lot of things in my head. The voice is the most useful, Rimuru turned back to the tyrant. You've told us about Mechiel and her pet nightmare, you've explained the device and the wish. Now tell me the part you've been saving for last, the part where you explain what you want out. This. Frieza's smile returned, and this time it was the real thing, the cold, sharp expression of a being who was exactly where he wanted to be. I want Mechiel destroyed. Not captured, not imprisoned, destroyed. She betrayed me and I don't tolerate betrayal. I also want her research, every scrap of divine engineering data, every technological innovation. Everything she created using my resources. It belongs to me. And in exchange, I provide you with everything I know about her operations. Base locations, troop deployments, the technical specifications of the dimensional device, the energy frequency of Vorath itself, and he paused, letting the moment build. I provide transport. My personal fleet includes ships capable of traversing the boundary between universes 6 and 7. Useful for gathering certain planet-sized artifacts. The Super Dragon Balls. Frieza was offering to help gather the Super Dragon Balls. No, Vegeta said immediately. Absolutely not, we don't work with Frieza. We've made that mistake before and it saved the universe, Frieza said mildly. Your selective memory is showing, Prince. My memory is perfect, Tyrant. Which is why I remember every life you've taken, every world you've burned, and every promise you've broken. I've never broken a promise. I've simply never made one I didn't intend to manipulate. There's a distinction. Vegeta, Rimuru's voice cut through the argument, quiet but carrying the authority of someone accustomed to mediating between powers. He's not wrong and neither are you. Frieza is a monster. He's also the best source of intelligence we have on a threat that's 11 days from manifesting. We can work with him without trusting him. You don't know him like I do. No. But I know the type. Rimuru met Vegeta's eyes and between them passed the understanding of two people who had dealt with brilliant, manipulative enemies their entire lives. We keep him close. We verify everything he gives us independently. We plan for his betrayal because it will come, the only question is when and how. And when it comes, we're ready. Vegeta's jaw worked. His kai churned, turbulent with emotions that his face refused to show. Then slowly he gave a single rigid nod. Rimuru turned back to Frieza. We have a conditional arrangement, not an alliance, a transaction. You provide intelligence and logistics, we deal with Mechiel and Vorath. When it's over, you take your research and leave. You don't touch the Super Dragon Balls. You don't interfere with the wish, and you stay away from Earth. My such demands. And if I don't agree to all of them, then we deal with Mechiel without your help, which will take longer and cost more but will still get done, and then we deal with you, which will be faster. Frieza stared at him. The red eyes were calculating, always calculating, running the numbers on 1,000 possible outcomes. But beneath the calculation, Rimuru caught something else, a flicker of the same thing he'd seen when Frieza first arrived: interest. Genuine, almost hungry interest. You know, Frieza said softly, in a different universe, under different circumstances, you and I could have been quite the partnership. Probably. But this is this universe, and these are these circumstances. Indeed, Frieza extended his hand. Transaction, not alliance. Rimuru took it. Frieza's hand was cool, smooth, stronger than it looked. The handshake lasted exactly 2 seconds, long enough to seal the deal, short enough to avoid pretending they were friends. My officers will transmit the intelligence package to your scientist within the hour, Frieza said, stepping back. Base locations, technical data, everything I promised. The fleet will be at your disposal for Super Dragon Ball retrieval once we've dealt with the immediate threat. He turned to leave, his elite guard falling into formation around him. At the edge of the beach, he paused and looked back over his shoulder. One more thing. Mechiel knows you found the device. She has her own surveillance, and she'll have detected your visit today. Whatever her timeline was, it just accelerated. I'd advise acting quickly. He rose into the sky, golden form blazing briefly before dimming to his base state, and vanished into the upper atmosphere with his guard trailing behind like the tail of a malevolent comet. The beach was quiet for a long time after he left. The waves continued their patient rhythm. The tropical birds, which had gone silent during the confrontation, slowly resumed their calls. Well, Goku said that was something. That was Frieza positioning himself, Piccolo said, his voice sharp. Everything he told us could be true, partially true, or completely fabricated. He controls the narrative now. Not completely, Rimuru said. Raphael verified the dimensional degradation independently. The device is real, and its effect on the dimensional barriers is consistent with what Frieza described. If he's lying, he built the lie on a foundation of truth, which means the core threat is genuine, even if the details are manipulated. And the convenient narrative that he's a victim of his own servant's betrayal, Piccolo pressed. Frieza, the galaxy's greatest control freak, just happened to be outsmarted by someone he employed for 60 years. That bothered me too, Rimuru admitted. But consider this, Mechiel is a fallen angel. Even stripped of power, she operated on a cognitive level that most mortals can't match. Frieza is brilliant, but he's mortal. It's not impossible that she played a longer game than he could see. Or he's playing a longer game than we can see, Vegeta said. Also possible. Which is why we verify everything and prepare for every contingency. Rimuru turned to face the group. Here's what I propose. Goku, Vegeta, I need you to go to Beerus and relay everything Frieza told us, every word. Beerus needs to make his own assessment. And the device, 17 asked. The monitoring modifications I installed are still active. We'll know the moment anything changes. But Frieza's right about one thing. If Mechiel knows we've found it, the timeline is accelerating. We might not have 11 days anymore. Piccolo nodded. I'll reach out to Gohan, Krillin, Tine, everyone who can fight. If this goes sideways, we need everybody we can get. I'll keep watch on the island, 17 said. If anyone comes near that cave, I'll know. They dispersed. Goku and Vegeta took off toward Beerus's planet. Piccolo vanished to make his calls. 17 melted into the island's wilderness like he'd never been there. Rimuru stood alone on the beach, the ocean stretching to the horizon in every direction, and felt the subtle recalibration happening inside him as Raphael worked to contain his magicule radiation. It was an uncomfortable sensation, like wearing a too tight suit, everything compressed and constrained. His combat effectiveness was temporarily reduced, as Raphael had warned, but that was acceptable. What mattered was stopping the dimensional bleed. Raphael, if we seal the degradation completely, can the device still function? Partially. The device is designed to amplify extra-dimensional energy radiation, but it has a secondary power source, the geothermal tap. Without Master's magicule bleed, the device's effectiveness is reduced by approximately 60%, extending the timeline significantly. However, it can still function at reduced capacity. Complete neutralization requires either destroying the device or eliminating its geothermal power supply. Why don't we just destroy it then? Because the monitoring modifications Master installed provide intelligence value that exceeds the tactical benefit of immediate destruction. Additionally, the device may serve as bait. Mechiel must maintain it, which means she or her agents must return to it. Each visit is an opportunity for tracking. Smart, ruthlessly smart. Rimuru sometimes forgot that Raphael's analytical framework didn't include sentimentality. It processed options purely on strategic merit, and sometimes the strategically optimal choice felt cold. He flew back to Capsule Corporation alone, covering the distance in minutes, and arrived to find Bulma already processing the intelligence package that Frieza's officers had transmitted. She'd spread it across every screen in the lab base locations, technical schematics, personnel files, energy frequency data. It was extensive, detailed, and Rimuru could tell from the slight tremor in Bulma's hands that some of what she was reading shook her. "This is real," she said without looking up when Rimuru entered. "I can verify at least 40% of this data against existing records, and it all checks out." Frieza wasn't lying about the scope of Mechiel's operation. She's been building infrastructure across 3 star systems, using Frieza Force resources and personnel. The base locations: 14 facilities across the galaxy. Most are manufacturing sites for the synthetic God Kai technology. But 3 of them, these 3, she highlighted locations on the galactic map. These are research stations, dimensional engineering, heavy shielding, massive energy budgets, and the kind of equipment that you'd need if you were trying to build a bridge between realities. "Can we hit them?" Bulma looked at him. "Some of them. The Z-fighters have enough firepower to take out any physical installation. But the 3 research stations are the key targets, and they're in deep space, far from any support infrastructure. Getting there quickly requires faster than light travel, which means Frieza's ships. The dependence was by design. Rimuru saw it clearly. Frieza had structured his intelligence package to make them reliant on his logistics for the critical operations. It was a leash wrapped in the gift paper of cooperation. "Or," Rimuru said slowly, "I go alone." Bulma frowned. "Alone? These are fortified installations with God Kai enhanced security." "Bulma, I've been holding back since I arrived. Everyone here has seen a fraction of what I can do, enough to know I'm powerful, not enough to know what that really means." He pulled up a chair and sat across from her. "In my world, I fought wars. Not battles, wars, armies of 1,000,000 soldiers, demon lords who could reshape continents. Dragons whose breath unmade matter, and I didn't just survive those wars, I won them decisively." He let that sink in. 3 research stations, however heavily fortified, are not a challenge, they're an errand. I can reach them using my own spatial transfer, hit them simultaneously using clones, absorb every piece of data and technology inside, and be back before Beerus notices I'm gone. Bulma stared at him. "Clones, you can clone yourself. Replication, one of my skills. I can create duplicates that operate independently with a portion of my power. It's how I managed Tempest. I couldn't be everywhere at once, so I made sure parts of me could be." "That's..." Bulma trailed off, then shook her head. "That's ridiculous. You know that, right? Your power set is ridiculous. I've been told." Okay, she pulled up the research station coordinates, her scientific mind already adapting to the new parameters. "If you can really hit all 3 simultaneously, that eliminates the need for Frieza's ships. It also means Frieza doesn't control our operational timeline. Which is why I'm going to do it tonight. Before anyone, Frieza, Mechiel, anyone expects it." Bulma leaned back in her chair and studied him with those sharp blue eyes. "You're not going to tell Goku and Vegeta, are you?" "I'll tell them after. They'd want to come, and if they come, we lose the element of surprise." Saiyan energy signatures light up every sensor in the galaxy. "Mine doesn't. And if something goes wrong?" Rimuru smiled. "Then I'll have a very exciting story to tell them when I get back." Bulma was quiet for a moment. Then she laughed, a tired, genuine laugh that spoke of years spent dealing with superpowered men who made unilateral decisions about saving the world. "You're just like them," she said. "Different packaging, same reckless idiot energy. That might be the nicest thing anyone said to me since I got here." He left the lab and spent the next 2 hours on the roof, alone, watching the sun descend toward the horizon and letting Raphael finalize the Magicule containment recalibration. The process completed just as the first stars appeared, his energy output now masked, compressed, radiating nothing that would feed Mechiel's device or erode the dimensional barriers. He felt smaller. Not weaker, his combat capabilities were barely affected now that the recalibration was complete, but more contained, like a fire burning in a closed furnace instead of an open hearth. The warmth was still there, but the light was hidden. Raphael, initiate replication. 3 bodies, each at 30% capacity. Target coordinates, the 3 research stations. Initiating. Replication will take approximately 2 minutes. Each clone will carry a copy of this unit's analytical framework and a full suite of combat skills. Recommended engagement protocol: stealth insertion, data absorption via Beelzebub facility. Neutralization and withdrawal. Total estimated operation time, 14 minutes. Make it 10. Adjusting. 10 minutes confirmed. 3 shapes peeled away from Rimuru's body, identical to his human form but slightly translucent. Each one carrying the blue-tinged shimmer of magical construction. They hovered beside him on the rooftop for a moment, 3 copies of the same being, each one meeting his eyes with the eerie familiarity of looking into a mirror that looked back. Go, Rimuru said. They vanished. Not through Kai-based teleportation, not through any technique this universe had a name for. Spatial transfer, Rimuru's own dimensional movement ability, refined by Uriel's spatial authority. Calibrated to Universe 7's physics over the past week of careful study. Each clone stepped through folded space and emerged at their target coordinates instantaneously, spanning distances that would have taken Frieza's fastest ships hours to cross. Rimuru closed his eyes and split his awareness 3 ways. The first station was in an asteroid field near the galactic core, industrial, functional. Built inside a hollowed-out asteroid the size of a small moon, its exterior camouflaged to match the surrounding rock. The interior was a manufacturing hub, assembly lines producing synthetic God Kai injectors by the 1,000, storage facilities holding enough enhanced armor to equip an army, laboratories where fallen angel science merged with Frieza force engineering. Clone 1 moved through it like a ghost. Beelzebub consumed data from every terminal, every server, every isolated research node. Raphael's copy processed it in real time, building a complete picture of Mechiel's manufacturing capability. The security was real: God Kai enhanced soldiers, automated defense systems, energy barriers, but it was designed to stop threats that operated on Kai-based principles. Rimuru's clone bypassed it entirely, phasing through walls via spatial manipulation, invisible to Kai-based sensors, consuming data without triggering a single alarm. The second station was buried in the ice of a rogue planet drifting between star systems. Research-focused. Smaller, more secure, with energy shielding that actually gave Raphael's copy pause. It was designed with dimensional harmonics, angel-grade work, and it took the clone 4 extra seconds to crack it. Inside, Rimuru found the real prize: Mechiel's personal research archive. Decades of work on dimensional engineering, Vorath's biology, the theory behind the summoning array. Clone 2 devoured it all, gigabytes of data flowing into Rimuru's network like water into a reservoir. The third station was the most dangerous. Located in a nebula that interfered with conventional sensors, it was Mechiel's primary base of operations, or had been until recently. The equipment was still warm, the lights still on, but the station was empty, evacuated. Recently, based on the thermal signatures. Clone 3 consumed the remaining data, scraps mostly, things left behind in a hurry, but found one critical piece of information: a set of dimensional coordinates that matched the device on 17's island, annotated with a single word in a language that Raphael identified as angelic script. The word translated to soon. All 3 clones completed their missions and returned to Rimuru in under 9 minutes. They merged back into his body, and the data they'd gathered flooded his consciousness like a river, breaking through a dam. Rimuru sat on the rooftop, eyes closed, processing everything. Mechiel's plan was worse than Frieza had described. Not because Frieza had lied, the core details were accurate, but because Frieza didn't know the full scope. He knew about Vorath, knew about the summoning, knew about the dimensional bridge. What he didn't know was what Mechiel intended to do after bonding with the entity. The research archives made it clear, Vorath wasn't just a mindless predator. It was a dimensional constant, a force of nature that existed in the spaces between realities, feeding on the energy that leaked through dimensional barriers. Mechiel didn't just want to bond with it, she wanted to become it. To merge her angelic knowledge with its consuming nature and ascend to a state that transcended the hierarchy entirely, beyond angel, beyond God, beyond even the Grand Priest's authority. She wanted to become the wall between dimensions, the barrier itself. Omnipresent, omnivorous, and utterly beyond the reach of any being confined to a single reality. It was insane, it was brilliant. And it was, based on Raphael's analysis, potentially achievable. Raphael. If Mechiel succeeds, what happens to Universe 7? If Mechiel merges with Vorath successfully, the resulting entity would exist simultaneously across all dimensional boundaries touching Universe 7. Its consuming nature, amplified by angelic knowledge and Vorath's scale, would gradually erode all dimensional barriers in the local multiverse. Within approximately 1 year, the 12 universes would lose dimensional integrity entirely, merging into an undifferentiated void. All matter, energy, and life within them would be consumed. 1 year. 1 year. Additionally, the process would likely attract the attention of extra-dimensional entities similar to Vorath, accelerating the collapse. The endpoint is total dissolution of the local multiverse. Rimuru opened his eyes. The stars above West City glittered in their unfamiliar patterns, each one representing a sun with planets, with people, with lives that would end if Mechiel succeeded. He stood up. He wasn't doing this just for himself anymore. Not just to get home, not just to survive, not just to unravel a conspiracy. Mechiel's plan threatened everything, this universe, its 12 siblings, every living being in every one of them. The scale was beyond anything Rimuru had faced in the Cardinal world. Beyond Demon Lord politics, beyond the Eastern Empire, beyond even Yuuki's apocalyptic ambitions. And yet the solution was, in its essence, simple: stop Mechiel, destroy the device, prevent the summoning, and then use the Super Dragon Balls to go home. Simple didn't mean easy. But Rimuru Tempest had built a nation out of nothing, had turned monsters into citizens, had stared down true dragons and demon lords and the full might of a human empire. He didn't need easy. He needed 11 days. No. He'd make it work in fewer. He pulled out the bell communicator and rang Wise. The angel answered on the second chime, his voice pleasant as ever despite the late hour. Rimuru. How delightful, I was just having a midnight snack. Wise, I need to speak with Beerus. Immediately. And I need to ask you something that you're probably not going to want to answer. A pause. The faintest shift in the angel's tone from casual to attentive. How intriguing. Ask it. The fallen angel Mechiel. When she was stripped of her position, who sealed her powers? Another pause longer. That information is not typically shared with mortals. I'm not a mortal. And this isn't a typical situation. Silence on the line. Then Wise spoke, and his voice carried a weight that Rimuru had never heard from him before. I sealed Mechiel's powers 300 years ago on the Grand Priest's orders. The seal was designed to be permanent and unbreakable. And if someone, say, an extra-dimensional entity of consuming nature, were to feed on that seal, could it be broken? The silence this time was deafening. I see, Wise said quietly. That's what she's planning, not just to bond with Vorath, to use its consuming nature to devour the seal and restore her full angelic power. And once she's an angel again, merged with an extra-dimensional predator, empowered by divine authority, she would be, conservatively speaking, one of the most dangerous beings in existence. Wise's voice had lost all trace of its usual lightness. "I'll wake Lord Beerus. Expect us within the hour." The line went dead. Rimuru stood on the rooftop of Capsule Corporation, alone under alien stars, and felt the weight of a new sky pressing down on his shoulders, not crushing him, tempering him. Like steel in a forge, hammered by circumstance into something sharper. He thought of Tempest. Of his people waiting for him in a world he couldn't reach. Of Shin's sword and Benimaru's fire and Diablo's shadow and Veldora's storm. He thought of what they would say if they could see him now, alone in a foreign universe, preparing to fight a fallen angel who wanted to eat the walls of reality. Shin would say, "Let me at her, Lord Rimuru." Benimaru would say, "What are your orders?" Diablo would say, "Shall I handle it?" with that terrifying smile. And Veldora would say, "This is just like volume 37 of that manga," and somehow be right. Rimuru laughed softly. Then he went downstairs, put on a pot of coffee for Bulma, laid out the data from the 3 research stations on the lab's main display, and began planning the operation that would determine the fate of 12 universes. By the time Beerus and Wise arrived, he was ready. Chapter 5: The Throne Between Worlds. Beerus destroyed the coffee table. Not intentionally. His hand came down on it during the briefing, and the destruction energy that leaked from his fingertips on contact reduced it to a fine purple dust that settled across the lab floor like malevolent snow. Nobody commented on it. Bulma simply moved her tablet out of the debris field and kept talking. "The data from Rimuru's raids is comprehensive," she said, scrolling through screens of information. Faster than any normal person could read, though nothing about Bulma was normal. Mechiel's been planning this for at least a century. The 60 years with Frieza were just the execution phase. She laid theoretical groundwork for decades before that, possibly since the day Wise sealed her. Beerus stood at the center of the lab, tail rigid, ears flat, destruction energy smoking off his shoulders in thin purple wisps that dissolved anything they touched. The others gave him a wide berth. Goku and Vegeta had arrived shortly after the gods, summoned by Rimuru's message, and both stood in full combat gear, Goku in his orange gi, Vegeta in his Saiyan armor. Piccolo was against the wall, silent and watchful. Android 17 had come in from the island, leaving sensor drones to monitor the cave. Android 18 stood beside him, having been briefed en route. "Show me," Beerus said. Rimuru stepped forward and projected the data directly from his body, a holographic display powered by magicules, rendering Mechiel's research archives in 3-dimensional detail. He walked them through it systematically, the theoretical framework for the Vorath bonding, the mechanics of the dimensional bridge, the role of Rimuru's magicule radiation as a catalyst, and the final piece, the plan to devour Wise's seal and restore full angelic power. When he finished, the lab was silent except for the hum of Bulma's equipment. "She played me," Beerus said. His voice was quiet, which was worse than shouting. 300 years ago I authorized her sealing. I thought it was handled. I thought," he stopped himself, jaw working. "I was negligent." "Lord Beerus," Wise said gently, "the seal was sound. No force within our multiverse could break it. Mechiel's innovation was to seek a force from outside our multiverse, something the seal was never designed to account for." "Which means the seal is a vulnerability," Beerus snapped. "Which means every sealed entity in our multiverse, every imprisoned demon, every locked away monster, every contained threat, is potentially compromisable through the same mechanism. If Vorath can eat a divine seal, it can eat any seal." The temperature in the room dropped. Even Goku looked sobered. "That's why this isn't just about stopping Mechiel," Rimuru said. "It's about preventing the proof of concept. If she succeeds, even partially, the knowledge that divine seals can be broken by extra-dimensional consumption becomes real. And once it's real, others will try it. Others like Frieza, Vegeta said. Others like anyone with enough ambition and too little sense. Frieza included. Rimuru pulled the display back to the timeline. Based on the data from the research stations, Mechil's original schedule had the bridge completing in 11 days from when we found the device. But I've contained my magicule bleed, which reduces the catalyst effect by about 60%. Raphael estimates that extends the timeline by 3 to 4 days at most. Mechil will compensate by increasing the device's geothermal draw. She's not going to stop because we've made it inconvenient. So we hit her before she's ready, Goku said. It wasn't a question. His voice had the quiet certainty of a man who had fought universe-ending threats before and won. We hit her smart, Rimuru corrected. Mechil is an angel, even a fallen one. Her knowledge base is beyond anything Frieza or any mortal can match. She'll have contingencies, backup plans, traps. If we charge in blind, she'll adapt. We need to remove her advantages one by one and force a confrontation on our terms. Her advantages, Piccolo said, stepping forward, list them. Rimuru ticked them off. 1. The dimensional device. It's her anchor, her power source, and the mechanism for summoning Vorath. As long as it exists, she has a path to victory. 2. The synthetic god Kai infrastructure. She's got manufacturing facilities we haven't found yet. The 3 I hit were primary, but there will be secondary and tertiary sites. 3. Vorath itself. Even without the full bridge, Mechil can likely pull fragments of the entity through, enough to cause devastation and keep us occupied. 4. Knowledge. She understands divine engineering at a level that none of us, including Wise, can fully counter in real time. 5. Wise added quietly, she knows me, my methods, my capabilities, my tendencies. I trained her for a century before she was dismissed. If I engage her directly, she'll anticipate my strategies. Then you don't engage her directly, Rimuru said, you handle Vorath. You're the only one here with the raw capability to contain an extra-dimensional entity of that scale. If fragments start coming through, you're the wall. Wise raised an eyebrow. You're assigning roles to an angel. I'm suggesting a strategy to a teammate. Take it or leave it. The faintest smile crossed Wise's lips. I'll take it. You're quite good at this, you know. I've had practice. The strategy session lasted 3 hours. By the end of it, every person in the room had a role, a contingency, and a fallback position. The plan was multi-layered because Mechil would be and surviving against a genius required being at least as prepared. Goku and Vegeta would serve as the primary strike force. Their combined power in god forms was the single largest conventional threat available, and their job was simple: keep Mechil occupied. Engage her directly, force her to expend energy and attention on combat rather than the ritual. Piccolo, 17 and 18 would handle the synthetic god Kai soldiers that Mechil would inevitably deploy as interference. Gohan, Krillin, and Tyne, who Piccolo had already briefed and who were preparing independently, serve as reserves. Wise would contain any extra-dimensional fragments of Vorath that came through the bridge, using angelic authority to stabilize the dimensional breach points and prevent cascading failures. Beerus would serve as the nuclear option. If everything went wrong, if Mechil completed the bonding, if Vorath came through fully, if the dimensional barriers began to collapse, the god of destruction would unleash his full, unrestricted power. The consequences would be catastrophic, potentially planetary, but less catastrophic than a consumed multiverse. And Rimuru would do what he did best: adapt, analyze, consume. His job was the device itself: get to it, understand it completely, and shut it down from the inside. Raphael's analysis of the stolen data had given him a 90% complete understanding of the device's architecture. The remaining 10% would have to be figured out in real time, on site, under fire. There's one more element, Rimuru said as the session wound down. Frieza. What about the lizard? Beerus growled. He'll be watching, waiting. Whatever happens with Mechiel, Frieza will try to exploit the outcome. If we win, he'll try to claim Mechiel's research as promised. If we struggle, he'll intervene at the critical moment to position himself as the hero. If we lose, Rimuru paused, if we lose, he'll cut his losses and disappear. He's a survivor above everything else. So we don't lose, Goku said simply. We don't lose, Rimuru agreed. The group dispersed to prepare. Goku and Vegeta departed to train together for once, putting aside their rivalry in favor of the kind of collaborative preparation that the Tournament of Power had taught them was possible. Piccolo organized the secondary fighters via telepathic conference call. Bulma continued analyzing the data, refining the operation's technical parameters. Wise meditated, his staff glowing with a steady, deep light that suggested he was doing something to the dimensional fabric of the area, reinforcing it, perhaps, or preparing containment protocols. Beerus ate. Rimuru cooked for him because he'd promised and because the rhythmic work of preparing food gave his conscious mind something to do while Raphael processed the mountain of data from the research stations in the background. The god of destruction sat at the kitchen table, consuming course after course with methodical intensity, saying nothing. It was Rimuru who broke the silence. You're worried. Beerus's chopsticks paused. Gods of destruction don't worry. Then you're intensely contemplating negative outcomes. My mistake. The chopsticks resumed. Beerus ate 3 more bites before speaking again. Mechiel was brilliant, even before she fell. One of the most gifted minds the angelic hierarchy ever produced. If she'd stayed on her path, she might have become a grand priest candidate. What happened? Curiosity, the same thing that makes brilliance possible, makes it dangerous. She wanted to understand the spaces between dimensions, the void, the gaps, the places where reality thins. It's forbidden research for a reason. The things that live in those gaps. He trailed off, staring at something invisible. Voreth. Among others, the void isn't empty. It's full of things that our multiverse was specifically designed to keep out. The dimensional barriers aren't just borders, they're walls, defenses. And Mechiel wanted to study what they were defending against. He set down his chopsticks. I should have destroyed her when I had the chance, not sealed her, destroyed. But Wise argued for mercy, and I was lazy, and 300 years later, here we are. Rimuru served the next course, a delicate consommé that shimmered with subtle magicule enhancement and sat across from the god. In my world, Rimuru said, I made the same mistake. More than once, enemies I should have killed but didn't, threats I contained instead of eliminated. And almost every time it came back to haunt me. He paused. But some of those enemies became allies, some of those threats became friends. Mercy isn't always weakness. Sometimes it's just a bet that doesn't pay off. Beerus looked at him with those ancient amber eyes. You're philosophizing at a god of destruction. I'm having dinner with someone who's worried about the consequences of past choices. The title doesn't change the conversation. Something shifted in Beerus's expression. Not warmth, Beerus didn't do warmth, but a relaxation of the rigid control he wore like armor. For just a moment, the god of destruction looked like what he was beneath the title, an impossibly old being carrying an impossibly heavy burden. The consommé is good, Beerus said. Thanks. Make it again tomorrow. Only if there's a tomorrow to make it in. There will be. I haven't survived 200 million years by losing to rogue angels and their interdimensional pets. He finished the bowl and pushed it aside. Slime, Rimuru, whatever. When this is over and you make your wish on the Super Dragon Balls, you'll go home. That's the plan. Good, he stood from the table. Because I've gotten used to your cooking, and if you stayed, I'd have to find excuses to visit Earth even more than I already do. And my reputation is already suffering. He left the kitchen without another word, destruction energy trailing from his footsteps like Purple smoke. Rimuru cleaned up the dishes and allowed himself a small smile. Then the smile faded because there was work to do and the clock was running. The summons came at dawn. Not from Beerus, not from Wise. From above them both. Rimuru was in the lab with Bulma reviewing the operational timeline when Wise appeared in the doorway with an expression that Rimuru had never seen on the angel's face before. Not alarm, not concern, but a stillness. The kind of stillness that preceded earthquakes. "We've been called," Wise said. "The Grand Priest has requested an audience." Immediately, Bulma's hands stopped moving on her keyboard. "The Grand Priest, why?" He didn't specify. But when the Grand Priest requests, one does not ask why, one simply goes. Wise looked at Rimuru. "You specifically have been named. The summons is for Lord Beerus, myself, and the extra-dimensional entity currently residing on Earth." Zeno, Rimuru said. "Almost certainly, the Grand Priest serves the Omniking's will. If the Grand Priest is summoning you, it's because Zeno has taken an interest." Wise's voice was carefully neutral, the studied neutrality of someone choosing their words with extreme care. "I must be very clear about something. Zeno is not Beerus, Zeno is not me. Zeno is not a being you can negotiate with, bargain with, or reason with in any conventional sense. Zeno is the totality of existence given consciousness, and his decisions are absolute. If he decides you're a threat, you cease to exist. Not just you, potentially everything connected to you. Including Universe 7. Zeno has erased 6 universes. He did it casually because they displeased him. The remaining 12 exist at his pleasure." Wise held Rimuru's gaze. "Be interesting, be amusing. Be whatever you need to be. But do not, under any circumstances, make Zeno feel bored or threatened." Rimuru processed this. The Omniking, a being of absolute reality-defining power with the emotional maturity of a child. Every instinct he had was screaming that this meeting was a trap, not set by any person but by circumstance. A trap of cosmic proportions, where the wrong word or the wrong impression could end everything. And he had to walk into it anyway. "When do we leave?" "Now." Rimuru turned to Bulma. "If I'm not back in 6 hours, execute the operation without me. Hit the device, hit the remaining facilities, contain Mechil however you can. Don't wait." Bulma's face was pale but her voice was steady. "You'll be back." "Probably. But plan like I won't." He followed Wise to the courtyard, where Beerus was already waiting. The god of destruction was fully composed, no leaking destruction energy, no visible agitation. His face was a mask of divine authority, and Rimuru understood why. Before Zeno, even Beerus was a subordinate. A powerful one, an important one, but a subordinate nonetheless. "Stay behind me," Beerus said to Rimuru. "Speak when spoken to, don't volunteer information. Don't make sudden movements. Don't try to be clever." That's a lot of don'ts. Add "don't die" to the list, and you've got the complete survival guide for meeting the Omniking. Beerus glanced at Wise. "Take us." Wise tapped his staff against the ground, and reality folded. The transit was unlike anything Rimuru had experienced, not the violent tearing of his original displacement, not the precise spatial folding of his own techniques. This was smooth. Reality simply reorganized itself around them, the universe politely stepping aside to let an angel pass. They moved through dimensions that Rimuru's senses couldn't fully parse, higher planes that existed above the normal three-dimensional substrate, spaces where the rules of physics were suggestions rather than laws. They arrived at a place that existed outside of everything. The Grand Priest's palace was not a building, it was a statement. White marble that wasn't marble, the material was something else, something that existed in more dimensions than 3, shimmering at the edges of perception. Pillars that stretched into an infinity that wasn't the sky. Floors that reflected not light but truth. Rimuru looked down and saw his own reflection staring Back at him, and the reflection showed his slime form, his true form regardless of the human shape. He wore. And at the center of it all, standing on a raised platform with his hands clasped behind his back, and a smile that conveyed everything and nothing, was the Grand Priest. He was small. Shorter than Rimuru's human form, shorter than Beerus, shorter than Wise. His features were delicate, almost childlike, wide eyes, pale skin, white hair that formed a halo. Around his head, he wore attendant robes similar to Wise's but simpler, more refined. And his energy. Rimuru's senses hit a wall. Not a barrier, not a defense, a wall. The Grand Priest's power was simply beyond the scale that Rimuru's senses could process. Raphael tried to analyze it and returned something that Rimuru had never seen from the Great Sage. An error message. Notice, energy output of detected entity exceeds this unit's measurement parameters. Unable to quantify, unable to classify, unable to assess threat level. Recommendation: extreme caution. For the first time since arriving in Universe 7, Rimuru felt genuinely small. Lord Beerus, Wise. Welcome. The Grand Priest's voice was light, pleasant, carrying the same melodic quality as Wise's, but refined to a crystalline purity. And this must be our guest. His eyes, deep, dark, fathomless, settled on Rimuru, and the weight of that gaze was unlike anything Rimuru had ever experienced, not oppressive, not threatening, just total. The Grand Priest saw everything, every layer, every skill, every hidden capability. Rimuru felt Raphael being read, felt his ultimate skills being catalogued, felt the very essence of his being examined with a thoroughness that made universal detect look like a child's toy. And then the Grand Priest smiled and the weight lifted. Remarkable, he said, truly remarkable. You are nothing like anything in our multiverse. The fundamental principles of your existence operate on a logic that our reality was never designed to accommodate. You are in every meaningful sense impossible. I get that a lot, Rimuru said, and immediately wondered if that was the kind of thing that got you erased. The Grand Priest laughed. A genuine, delighted laugh that echoed through the infinite halls. Wonderful. The Omniking will enjoy you. The Omniking is here. The Omniking is everywhere in a sense. But specifically, yes, he asked to meet you personally. He's been watching since your arrival. Watching since his arrival. 8 days of observation by a being who could erase realities with a thought. Rimuru revised his internal threat level upward by several orders of magnitude. The Grand Priest gestured, and reality obligingly rearranged itself. The palace shifted, or they shifted through the palace. The distinction was academic at this level of spatial manipulation, and they found themselves in a room that was simpler, smaller, almost cozy. By comparison, 2 thrones sat on a raised dais. Both were occupied by small, childlike figures, identical in appearance, round faces, wide eyes. Expressions of guileless curiosity. They wore matching robes, one in blue, one in pink, and they were playing some kind of game with what appeared to be miniature galaxies on a table between them. Xeno, both of them. Present and future, existing simultaneously in a way that Rimuru's understanding of temporal mechanics flagged as paradoxical and then gave up trying to explain. Oh, one Xeno said, looking up. He's here, the blue squishy thing. He doesn't look squishy right now, the other Xeno observed. He looks like a person. But he is squishy, Grand Priest said so. Beerus dropped to one knee. Wise bowed deeply. Rimuru, taking his cue, bowed as well, not as deeply as Wise because he was a demon lord and there were limits, but deeply enough to show respect. Grand Xeno, Beerus said, and his voice had a quality Rimuru had never heard in it, deference. True, genuine deference. Thank you for receiving us. Beerus, hi, one Xeno waved cheerfully. We've been watching the blue thing on your planet. He's really interesting. He ate those soldiers, the other Xeno added with enthusiasm. They just went poof and disappeared into him. That was so cool. Rimuru straightened from his bow and looked at the twin Omnikings. Every briefing, every warning, every piece of data had told him the same thing: these childlike beings held absolute power over existence itself. They had erased 6 universes out of 12 because they felt like it. They had nearly erased 8 more during the Tournament of Power. They existed at a level of reality where the distinction between creation and destruction was meaningless. Everything was equally easy, equally trivial. And they thought he was cool. "Thank you, Grand Zeno," Rimuru said, pitching his voice at the register he used when talking to the children in Tempest, warm, genuine, respectful without being patronizing. "I'm glad you found it entertaining." "Can you do it again?" one Zeno asked, leaning forward eagerly. "The eating thing. Can you eat something right now?" Rimuru glanced at the Grand Priest, who gave a fractional nod. "Sure." Rimuru looked around the room, spotted a decorative pillar in the corner, and extended a tendril of Beelzebub toward it. The dark energy wrapped around the pillar and dissolved it, absorbed it completely in under second, breaking it down into component energy and raw material. Both Zeno squealed with delight. Again. Rimuru dissolved another pillar. Then a section of floor tile, then a floating decorative orb. Each time the Zenos reacted with unfiltered joy, clapping their hands, bouncing on their thrones, shouting encouragement. The Grand Priest watched with his serene smile, seemingly unconcerned about the property damage. Beerus watched with the expression of a man who had just discovered that the universe's most powerful beings thought his house guest was a performing seal. His eye twitched. "Grand Zeno," Rimuru said after the 5th demonstration, "I can do more than eat things. Would you like to see?" "Yes." Rimuru held out his hand and created a miniature world. Not an illusion, a real, physical construct built from the material he'd just absorbed, shaped by spatial manipulation and magicule engineering into a tiny sphere of land and water and atmosphere. Small enough to sit in his palm, detailed enough that the Zenos could see mountains, rivers, clouds. Whoa, both Zenos breathed. "This is what I do in my own world," Rimuru said. "I don't just consume, I create. I build nations, shape landscapes, design civilizations. The eating is just how I gather materials." He added a tiny forest to the miniature world, then a city, then a mountain range with snow-capped peaks. "It's like eating is the inhale and creating is the exhale." The Zenos stared at the tiny world in his palm with an intensity that made the back of Rimuru's neck prickle. Because there was something behind their childlike fascination, something vast and alien and utterly beyond his comprehension. They weren't just watching, they were understanding. At a level that transcended intelligence, that operated on a plane where the distinction between observation and omniscience didn't exist. "You make things," one Zeno said quietly. "And you eat things, and you make new things from the things you ate." "Yes. That's exactly right. That's what we do," the other Zeno exclaimed. "With universes. We make them, and sometimes we erase them, and sometimes we make new ones." Rimuru felt the blood drain from his face. Not because the comparison was threatening, because it was accurate. On a fundamentally different scale, operating through fundamentally different mechanisms, but the core principle was the same: consume, process, create. It was what slimes did. It was what Omnikings did. The fractal self-similarity of existence mirrored across incomprehensible magnitudes of power. The Grand Priest's smile deepened by a fraction. He'd seen it too. "Grand Zeno," the Grand Priest said, stepping forward with practiced grace. "Our guest has a situation in Universe 7 that requires attention. A fallen angel is attempting to breach the dimensional barriers and introduce an extra-dimensional entity into the multiverse." Both Zenos frowned. The temperature in the room didn't change, nothing physical changed at all, but Rimuru felt reality. Flex, like the universe itself, had flinched. "Someone's breaking the walls," one Zeno asked. "Yes. Using our guest as an inadvertent catalyst. He was brought to Universe 7 without his consent for this purpose." That's mean, the other Zeno said with the absolute moral clarity of a child. He didn't want to come here and someone made him, that's not fair. No, the Grand Priest agreed. It isn't. Both Zenos looked at each other. Some kind of communication passed between them, silent, instantaneous, operating on a level that Rimuru couldn't begin to perceive. Then they turned back. Fix it, one Zeno said to Beerus. Beerus bowed deeply. Of course, Grand Zeno. And let the blue thing help, the Zeno pointed at Rimuru. He's good at eating stuff, if something bad comes through the wall he can eat it. That is an excellent suggestion, Grand Zeno. And then the other Zeno fidgeted on his throne, clearly building up to something. And then can he stay, not forever, just for a while, we want to watch him more. He's the most fun new thing since the tournament. Every person in the room went very still. Rimuru's mind raced, Zeno wanted him to stay. The Omni-King, the absolute ruler of existence, had expressed a desire for Rimuru to remain in the multiverse. That wasn't a command yet, but the line between a Zeno wish and a Zeno command was vanishingly thin. And Rimuru needed to go home, his people were waiting, his nation needed him. Every hour he spent here was an hour Tempest existed without its leader, without its heart. He had to walk the line. Exactly the way Wise had warned him. Grand Zeno, Rimuru said, and his voice was steady despite the earthquake in his chest. I would be honored to stay for a while. But I have people waiting for me in my own world, a nation I built, friends and family who need me. When the threat to your multiverse is dealt with, I'd like to use the Super Dragon Balls to go home. But he held up the miniature world, still floating in his palm. I could leave you something. A gift. Something interesting, something fun, something you can watch and play with after I'm gone. Both Zenos perked up. What kind of gift? Rimuru expanded the miniature world, adding complexity, adding life, tiny constructs that moved and interacted, building their own small structures, creating their own miniature civilizations. It was a trick he'd developed for entertaining the children of Tempest, scaled up and refined with Raphael's help. A self-sustaining miniature reality in the palm of his hand. I can make this bigger, Rimuru said. Much bigger, a whole pocket dimension with its own rules, its own inhabitants, its own stories. Something new for you to watch. My gift from my world to yours. The Zenos looked at each other again. Another silent conference. Okay, they said in unison. Deal. Go home after the fight, but make us the fun pocket world first. Deal, Rimuru said, and the tightness in his chest eased. The Grand Priest stepped forward, and his expression held something that Rimuru couldn't quite read. Approval maybe, or recognition. It's settled then. Lord Beerus, you have the Omni-King's mandate to resolve the situation in Universe 7. Use whatever resources you require, and he looked at Rimuru. Our guest has authorization to operate freely within the multiverse until his departure. No restrictions. The weight of that statement settled over the room, no restrictions. From the Omni-King himself. It meant that Rimuru could use any ability, access any location, engage any target without fear of divine retribution. It was the ultimate diplomatic immunity. Beerus bowed again, Wise bowed. Rimuru bowed. The Zenos waved goodbye with cheerful enthusiasm and went back to their galaxy game. The transit back to Universe 7 was quiet. Wise's staff pulsed with focused energy, carrying them through the higher dimensions at a speed that made the journey feel instantaneous. They emerged in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation under a twilight sky, and for a moment nobody spoke. Then Beerus said, "You negotiated with Zeno. I gave him a toy. You negotiated with the being who erases universes for entertainment, and you survived by offering him a better form of entertainment. That's either the most brilliant or the most insane diplomatic maneuver I've ever witnessed. Can it be both?" Beerus stared at him. Then, incredibly, the god of destruction shook his head and almost smiled. When you get back to your universe, those people of yours had better appreciate what they have. They do, they really do. Beerus departed with Wise to begin divine-level preparations. Rimuru stood alone in the courtyard as the stars came out, processing what had just happened. He'd met God, or the closest thing to God that this multiverse had. He'd talked to absolute power wearing the face of a child, and he'd walked away with not just his life but a mandate, authorization to act freely. The Omniking's blessing, such as it was. And all it had cost him was a promise. A pocket dimension for a bored deity. A toy for the child who held existence in his small, careless hands. Raphael, can we actually build what I promised, a self-sustaining pocket dimension? Yes. Master possesses the necessary skills, spatial manipulation via Uriel matter creation via Beelzebub stored material, and this unit's analytical framework for designing stable, self-sustaining systems. The construction will require significant energy and approximately 48 hours of focused work, but it is well within Master's capabilities. Add it to the to-do list. After we deal with Mechiel. Added. The list is becoming extensive, Master. Story of my life. Goku found him on the roof. The Saiyan had a talent for appearing at moments of quiet reflection, as if drawn by some instinct. For catching people when their guards were down. How'd it go? Goku asked, sitting beside him. Better than expected. Zeno thinks I'm entertaining. We have full authorization to handle Mechiel. That's good. But that's not what I'm asking. Goku looked at him sideways. How are you? Rimuru considered deflecting. Considered a joke, a reassurance, the kind of diplomatic non-answer that had become second nature. Over years of leadership. But Goku's eyes were honest and the question was genuine, and Rimuru was tired of carrying things alone. I'm scared, he said, not of Mechiel or Vorath or Zeno. I'm scared that I won't get home. That I'll deal with this threat and find the Super Dragon Balls and everything will go right, and then something else will happen, some new crisis, some new complication, and I'll be stuck here. And Tempest will move on without me. My people will find new leaders, build new lives, and the person I was to them will become a memory. He didn't look at Goku while he said it. He looked at the stars, at the sky that was growing familiar despite itself, at the city lights. That reminded him of home, even though nothing here was home. I was dead once, Goku said quietly. For 7 years, Gohan was 4 when I left, 11 when I came back. Kai raised him alone. He grew up, became his own person, made choices I had nothing to do with. He paused. When I came back, I thought it would be like I'd never left, but it wasn't. You can't erase 7 years. You can only try to be there for the years that come after. Did it work? Mostly. Gohan and we're close, not as close as we'd be if I'd been there maybe, but close. And Goten, I met him when he was 7, and that kid loved me from minute 1, no questions asked. Kids are like that, Goku smiled. Your people aren't going to forget you, Rimuru. You said you built a nation out of nothing. You named them, you gave them purpose, you changed their lives. That doesn't go away because you're gone for a while. That's forever. Rimuru felt the words settle into the hollow places inside him, not filling them but warming them. Not healing the ache but making it bearable. Thanks, Goku. Anytime, the Saiyan clapped him on the shoulder with a hand that could shatter planets, gentle as a feather. Now about the fight with Mechiel. What about it? Goku's expression shifted. The warmth remained, but beneath it something else surfaced, the thing that Rimuru had glimpsed. During their sparring sessions, the fighting spirit. The core of who Goku was, burning like a star behind the friendly exterior. I've been thinking about what you said. About how your power works through breadth, not just force. Skills, abilities, conceptual authorities. I've been training my whole life to push my power higher, more strength, more speed, more energy. But what you do is different. You don't just overpower your enemies, you understand them. You take them apart. That's one way to put it. I want to try something. In the fight with Mechiel. Something I've never done before. Goku's eyes were bright, alive with the peculiar intensity that came over him when he was on the edge of a breakthrough. Ultra instinct, it's about letting go of conscious thought. But what if I could do the opposite, not let go of thought but think more, think deeper? See the patterns in an enemy's technique, the way you do with Raphael. You want to combine ultra instinct with tactical analysis. I don't know what it would look like. I don't even know if it's possible. But watching you fight, the way you read my moves, adapted in real time, turned my own patterns against me, it made me realize there's a whole dimension of combat that I've been ignoring. I punch harder, you punch smarter. What if someone could do both? Rimuru considered this. The idea was wild. Ultra instinct was predicated on the absence of conscious thought, while tactical analysis required the deepest possible engagement of conscious thought. They were diametrically opposed approaches. Combining them should be impossible. But Goku had made a career out of doing impossible things. I can't teach you Raphael, Rimuru said carefully. That's a function of my nature, not a transferable skill. But I can show you how I think during combat. The frameworks I use, the analytical patterns, the way I process information from multiple sources simultaneously. Whether you can integrate that with ultra instinct is up to you. That's all I'm asking. They spent an hour on the rooftop, cross-legged, facing each other, as Rimuru walked Goku through the cognitive architecture of his combat analysis. Not the specifics, not Raphael's algorithms or the ultimate skill interfaces, but the philosophy. How to read an opponent's energy flow as language. How to identify the gap between intent and execution. How to see a fight not as a sequence of attacks and defenses but as a single, continuous conversation. Goku absorbed it with the same terrifying speed he brought to everything. By the end of the hour, his Kai had shifted, subtly, almost imperceptibly, into a configuration that Rimuru had never sensed from him before, calmer, more focused. As if the usual bonfire had been compressed into a laser. I need to train, Goku said, standing. Hard, fast. As hard and fast as I can in the time we have left. How much time do you need? Goku grinned. There's a place, a room where time moves differently. One day outside is a year inside. It's at Kami's Lookout, the floating platform above Korin's tower. A time-dilated space. Like a pocket dimension with altered temporal flow. I don't know what those words mean, but yeah. I can train for a year in there while only a day passes out here. His grin sharpened. Wanna come with me? I bet you could use the extra time too. Rimuru thought about it for exactly 2 seconds. A year of training time compressed into a day. A year to refine his understanding of this universe's physics, to calibrate his abilities to local conditions, to prepare countermeasures for Mechil's specific capabilities based on the stolen research data. A year to work with Raphael without interruption. A year alongside Son Goku, the most adaptable fighter in Universe 7. Let's go, Rimuru said. They flew through the night, over West City, over mountains, over forests and plains until the dark shape of Korin's tower rose from the earth like a needle piercing the sky. Above it, floating impossibly, Kami's Lookout waited. A small, round man with dark skin and an impossibly wide smile met them at the entrance. Mr. Popo, the Lookout's eternal attendant, who regarded Rimuru with calm, unfazed eyes that suggested he'd seen stranger things than slimes from other dimensions. The hyperbolic time chamber, Goku said, for 2. Mr. Popo nodded and led them through the Lookout's white halls to an ornate door that thrummed with temporal energy so intense that even Rimuru's senses recoiled from it. The energy behind that door was wrong, not foreign universe wrong, but deliberately warped, twisted into a configuration that stretched time like taffy. 1 year inside, 1 day outside. If you die in there, you stay dead. If you break the chamber, time gets weird for everyone, Mr. Popo opened the door. Have fun. Beyond the door lay an infinite white void. No ground, no sky, no horizon, just whiteness stretching forever with a small building at the threshold containing living quarters, supplies, and a clock that counted down from 365 days. Rimuru stepped through. The temporal shift hit him like a wall of warm water, disorienting for an instant, then normalized. As Raphael adjusted his internal chronometry, Goku stepped through behind him, cracking his knuckles with an eagerness that bordered on manic. 1 year, Goku said. That's a lot of sparring. It's also a lot of analysis, calibration, and strategic preparation. Right. But mostly sparring. Rimuru looked at the infinite white void, at the timer ticking down, at the grinning Saiyan beside him. In the real world, Mechil was building her bridge, Frieza was scheming. Beerus was preparing for war, Bulma was tracking Super Dragon Balls. The fate of 12 universes hung in the balance. But in here they had a year. Raphael. Begin full calibration of all combat systems to Universe 7 physics. Run every simulation. Prepare every countermeasure. And when you're done, do it again. With pleasure, Master. Rimuru smiled, shed his human form, and let the slime emerge, small, blue, and hungry to grow. All right, Goku. Let's see what a year does. The door closed behind them, and the clock began to count.